Good day, ladies and gentlemen, to Rogue Day 2. Yesterday in Day 1, we went to 1 to 70, pushed all the way to Torment 12 already, and it's looking mighty good. I mean, we're already speed farming Pit 110s. It's honestly illegal. When we gotta start, like, getting better pans today, I guess, and figuring out the last steps of the progress, well, we're doing plenty fine. Now, I'm a bit more reclined than usual because I actually stumbled yesterday and sprained an ankle. So, excuse-moi for not being further in the picture, but it is what it is. I have to stand up in between to see that my back doesn't get annoyed from all of this as well. Now, what is Rain of Arrows? Let's begin. Cold imbued Rain of Arrows, literally just doing this, right? So we finally put all the pieces together and get like the full mana restoration, which was the tricky part to really get done. But once we had that, we can now indefinitely spam Rain of Arrows. Now the goal is today to get this to trillions of damage, because right now we're doing like a lot, but it's only hundreds of billions. And obviously we can do better than that, right? I mean, hundreds of billions is nice when you're outputting this many arrows, but still, there's always another level to be reached. Is it Morgan Tick Bear? Good to see you there. Best part about Rogue is instantly the barrier creation when you start doing damage. It's like you just jump into enemies and then like instantly start barriering up as well. Try to hurt me when you're pretty much granting me barrier by dying. Everin, good day, good to see you there. Boy, I'm excited to see how far we can get today. I mean, goal is, I guess, Pit 130, very relaxed. Because my Druid was already able to do Pit 130, and Rogue is arguably a tad stronger. I completely forgot to use my basic skill to actually get myself the stacks of Vengeance, because there's like these 5 Vengeance stacks here that you continuously have to keep up, because that would be the most damage. As you can see, we're right now like our damage is in the triple digit billions if I get the Vengeance running. Just in between forget to activate it. There's so many sounds. I mean, it's a lot of rain followed up by a lot of rain followed up by a lot of rain. Right? And the Diablo sounds, honestly, like Diablo sounds are terrible. Like I've been trying to get a hold of like there are some fixes to make the Diablo sound somewhat better, but like most people have actually been like on a hunt in the internet that like it's just bad, you know. Okay, I'm just trying to hand in my Paragon points. Like it would be great if this pool of poison that persists here on the ground would just go away. You know, literally me fighting for my life, trying to hand that in. So all my glyphs are at least 72, 73. Steven, good to see you there. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. I think the link to the planner is wrong. Let me double check. Oh yeah, that was, oops. I put the filter link in instead of the planner link. Thank you. When the planner is only showing you the, how do I say this now? Planner is only showing the 1 to 70 variant so far, so this is like the preliminary link that you already have it going on, but we'll be filling the planner after today's session, after we kind of like got a bit more online. Yeah, we wanted to make our pans, so our pans are either going to be Tybot's Will for another damage boost, because it literally doesn't hurt, because since we're tanky enough. So we got T-bolts here. It would be 20% more damage. Like, wouldn't like, you know, it has maximum armor. The lightning resistance is a bit random, but I guess it would be better than nothing. I mean, it has at least life armor, everything. Rate is an 850 version. Shit. It's not a 900 version. We don't want it. Okay, let's just take this pair of pants then for now. We're going to add resistance. And then you're going to add another resistance. And that will always lead to all resistance. Then we're going to remove. To keep the all resistance, we're going to add a defensive one. Hope that it's armor. And then we're going to add a... Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, I could just add another resistance before the next defensive one turns out to be a dud. Now, you know what? We could add a core stat. Be happy about it. No, just take that. And then you're going to re-roll the life regeneration into something that is not life regeneration, aka barrier generation or armor. Armor obviously being better, but if it's barrier generation, it's barrier. We don't need the against poison enemies, right? We just need the damage reduction. It's like the simplest thing. Just get damage reduction done. Did you ever get the breakpoint to work? What do you mean? We were looking for the resource breakpoint. So what we needed is this here. Casting ultimate skill generates resource. And we finally got the aspect in high enough leveled that we get the resource breakpoint easily to work. Yes. There are ways around this. So I've been working on a budget version as well. That kind of emphasizes what if you don't have everything. What then? You know? You were having trouble getting the ferocity stacks, but you noticed it was coming from the dash. Yes. As soon as you get this one here, that dash gets you the ferocity stacks. You literally just dash at the start of the dungeon like ... and then you're just good to go. Student amounts of gold. You know how it goes. Gotta go for Nightmare Dungeon escalations. Oh, that was good. They're like 1, 2, 3, and boom. I got 14 ferocity already, right? And then you just get the next one. So yeah, ferocity, as you say, is like once you have it, perfection. Okay, so we got both of these open. With the explicit goal of hopefully sharing like 2 of these here, right? That was get my turrs rolling. If both of these exist together, then that's fantastic. Oh, we need to also go over to... Torment 12. I'm not sure why we're still doing Torment 10. It was just like, I couldn't be bothered to go over to Torment 12 yet. But since we fixed our pair of pants, I guess Torment 12 is it. How do you get consistent gold dungeons? Just the 3 choices? Yes, just the 3 choices are going to be your friend for consistent gold dungeons. I mean, you still got to get lucky that you get the gold dungeon choice, right? It is what it is. I mean, sometimes you just won't get it. But I'd say that every second Nightmare Dungeon escalation, you get the gold versions. And then you're good to go, right? I mean, they're not as rare as you would think they are. So that's a good thing. And it's really, like, it's going to happen more often than not. I mean, I made in one day, I went from 100 million to, like, 900 million. And that was in 2 dungeons. Because I got gold reserve twice in a row. And that 4 times in total. Right? And the bosses kept double respawning. And when the bosses actually respawn, they drop, like, a huge amount of gold back to back. So by the way, don't like if you now get superior lair keys, chat, don't use them currently. Wait for the update. If you're also getting like seasonal reputation caches, don't open them up right now. Don't even claim them from the reputation board. Keep those because on Tuesday we can farm things even more efficient. Okay. Keep those things. Ooh, I just get a pants with double greater affix. And it's thorns. It's maximum life and thorns. What am I supposed to do with that piece of information? Death Toll Chamber. How heavily useless. I'd be super happy if this was now like after the patch already, because the Death Toll Chamber would instantly be great. Sadly, it's not. Stefan, you're looking for my loot filter. If you go on diablofilters.com, that's where my loot filter is. There's only one Ponyhof, and there's only one filter you'll ever need. Also trying to link the filter in every single build guide, but sometimes I forget. I have a hard question for you. Do you have an idea for a build that doesn't require the DLC? Nope. Not a single idea. And you know why? And I'm sorry to tell you that. Like, I don't even consider thinking about this. Because you cannot use abilities like I can. So if you don't have the DLC, then you simply cannot use the third variant of a skill. Ergo, you simply cannot make certain builds. And that's where I'm not even like remotely intrigued to break my brain, and it's like it's just shit. I'm sorry. You literally have to find a build that doesn't require any third skill here, because as soon as a build requires a third skill, it's instantly a dud and cannot be used in a way that you like anymore. So yeah, that's a huge problem. So really, the DLC is so hyper important that if you don't have the DLC, I wouldn't recommend playing Diablo anymore. I would recommend stopping to play Diablo. But it sounds harsh, but it's literally that. Be like, nah. You're probably better off just quitting the game. Because it's just not going to be fun. Like, no piece of content is anymore going to be for you, right? That kind of sucks. Is a good strategy toward lair keys onto patch? Yes. What set are we using? We're using Narrow Eye. Yes, Narrow Eye is being used because it gives us an easy damage multiplier. Very easy damage multiplier. I mean, we're looking here at getting the movement speed and increased damage for your marksman skills, and that's stacking 5 times, so 5 times 15, and then you get damage reduction with Dark Shrouds, plus you get the bonus 200% damage for marksman skills. But the only problem is that you every X seconds have to just trigger the Heartseeker. It gets a bit annoying at times, but it's not an actual problem, right? It's just like something that you have to keep in mind that you need to trigger. Okay, we wanted to add concealment to the build because we do not need our barrage anymore. So we have been literally using barrage to this point because barrage was just simple. But we're going to add conceal together with the calculation variant, just for bonus critical strike chance. We'd also have conceal give us resolve stacks, but we don't actually need those as well. Torment difficulty, that was Torment 10, but we can actually go to Torment 12. Just hadn't bothered going for Torment 12 yet because we're still missing some aspects and our items were not as optimal as we wanted them to be, right? But hey, we finally have the Rain of Arrows thing under control. Like, as you can see, I can just do this. Right? And I'll never run out of Rain of Arrows cooldown. So I can do this infinitely now. On top, we get our Heartseeker to pull things together, which is actually really convenient, I gotta say. Didn't expect it to be this convenient because you just shoot one Heartseeker in the direction of one enemy, and it suddenly pulls all of them together. Actually, really, really nifty. Like, look at this here, a Heartseeker, and all of this just gets pulled together. Is it better to reach the highest torment tier for so the loot drop off is torment 10. After torment 10, there is no meaningful increase of loot quality anymore. Okay? You're not getting higher mythic chances or anything like that. Ergo, farming on torment 10 is technically the most efficient. However, on torment 12, you're also getting more experience. So I know some Diablo partners, so actual people that grind the game too, right, that make a living of this, that actually exclusively play on torment 11 because it's just more chill. I know some that always will play on torment 12 because it's more experience and more gold, right? And since you'll need experience and gold, like for me personally, I do tend to be torment 12. Also, the obols and everything that comes from nightmare dungeon escalations, they are actually increased, so the loot doesn't get better, so you're not getting more mythics or anything in torment 12. However, there are these things like nightmare dungeon escalation again, where you would actually get more gold, more obols, more gems, that kind of stuff. So for that, torment 12 is actually worth it. Right? Rain of Arrows is OP. Well, I don't actually feel like Rain of Arrows is OP because it is a very, very heavy investment build, right? So you got to get the right items, you got to hit the right breakpoints, and then you're pretty much being rewarded for your effort. So yes, it is strong, but OP would indicate for me that I would reach this relatively effortless, and that's not the case for Rain of Arrows, right? You gotta actually put in the numbers, you gotta put in the work, you gotta put in the repetitions to really get Rain of Arrows to perform the way you would like it to. That's like kind of important, right? Arrows is complicated to gear. Well, not really complicated. You just gotta know exactly the breakpoints. And there's also like budget varieties you can play of the build, right? Okay, I gotta do a Torment 12 Inferno Horde, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we can get out of that. Okay. Okay, what we got? Nothing.
That's it for that piece.
We're looking for better aspects. The glyphs in between. And in the kind of weapons. I mean, I'm still like aiming for like a killer bow, right? This one is good, but you can always get something better. I switched to Roa too early. Timeout. I did actually play an inefficient Roa variant before, where I was also not having the cooldowns, I was not having the resource breakpoint, and while I was playing it inefficient, I was, instead of concealment, using barrage. And that was actually really efficient because I was pretty much reducing my cooldown, right, some already by 10 seconds because 150 energy. And then instead of like having to wait for the cooldown, I just shot 1-2 barrages to actually get things back on track, and then I shot 1-2 barrages to get things back on track, and then, like, you know, and so on. It was actually surprisingly easy to have that function, all in all. And so you can actually play this rather inefficiando. Certainly possible. You're playing Rain of Arrows was bugged? No. So there is a bug abuse, my friend, where you can clear pit 150. I'm not going too much into the details, but like Rogue can easily clear pit 150. That bug is also not getting fixed with the next patch, which is ridiculous, but it should get fixed. Now, however, I don't like focusing on bugged builds or bugged interactions, so we're essentially making a rogue the normal rogue, right? The strongest possible rogue you can do without using anything. From what did you get cooldown reduction with a barrage? Well, if you're using preparation, you simply have to spend 75 energy. Now, we do spend all our energy by casting Rain of Arrows, right? But if you don't have the cooldown, then you're pretty much just going to spend 75 energy with Barrage and instantly reduce the cooldown of Rain of Arrows again. So what happened was pretty simple. I pressed, like in the inefficient version, right? I pressed Rain of Arrows. I had like 10 seconds cooldown left. Then I shoot Barrage 3 times really quick in a row and boom, cooldown done. And rinse and repeat, right? Rain of Arrows then into Barrage with the Heartseeker in between. So you can play this, like I played this in Torment 8 pretty much without having anything together. Like not even the set bonus, nothing. And we were just having it inefficiently working. So Nozer, good to see you there. I mean, obviously you could have also just played Barrage until you have all the pieces together. But I kind of enjoyed doing this inefficient. It was fun. Can you still make Torment 10 without a meta build? Just having fun? Yes, absolutely. Torment 10 is relatively easy, okay? With a non-meta build. Every single build in the game right now, unless you're building absolute dumpster tier, trash tier, super crap, can do Torment 10. I mean, after Torment 10, it just gets silly. So Torment 10 is like reasonable damage. It's reasonable, it's reasonable survival, like reasonable everything. And once you like then get past Torment 10, it just becomes unreasonable survival, stupid damage needed for basically existing. I got 3 of the stealth set currently with reduction and 3 set of basic. Yeah, so the reduction set, for example, works well as well, but it kind of requires you to actually use concealment, which can be a bit annoying to go with. I'd rather just like, you know, spend my energy with Barrage. Simple. Oh, these are terrible choices. During your build video, will you talk about using Barrage process? Yes, Everin. So the build video will talk about the 1 to 70, then the transition into the actual rogue version with the like, you know, Barrage Rain of Arrows into then Rain of Arrows. It's going to be an iterative process, pretty much like early Torment and then late Torment versions. That video will have to wait for tomorrow because I can't make another video today. I'm not allowed to sit this long. I fell yesterday in the garden. I fell, Chuck, and sprained an ankle. So I need to look out for that. Yeah, you know what? These might not even bother to use like cold Rain of Arrows because I just don't want to. So like you could go for bonus stacks of everything, but you could also just ignore that. The worst chaos wave possible. Actually, what I'm wondering, if I choose now multiple bonuses for Ether Fiends, does this wave actually get me more Ether? Chan. Technically it should. And we get +4 Ether from a Fiend. It should realistically be visible in this wave. However, despite that, the wave is still stupid. I mean, at least something. Nothing exciting, but something. Or Ether Fiends? Is there any possible way I can get my resource back without having a max roll in Aftermath? I don't have a max roll in Aftermath. My Aftermath is 10.5 out of 12. I mean, right now, 10.5 out of 12 is with 25 ranks in Rain of Arrows, or like 10.5, is 260 energy, so it's enough. I mean, you don't need a max roll, you just need enough ranks and marksman skills, right? I mean, with 20 ranks and marksman skills and a 9 rolled aftermath, you would be sitting at technically only 180 energy. However, you get to consider that you have a certain amount of willpower, and that certain amount of willpower gives you also resource energy, resource generation, right? And you could get like just bonus resource regeneration on an item as well. If you get like 180 energy back, right? If you get 180 back plus 25, let's not forget that. So it's 180 plus 25 from the Beastfall boots. And then you would get like 20% resource generation on any single item, and then you're sitting at 246 already, right? That's like how simple it works. What's that? Scornful, what's the appeal of Diablo 4? It's very simple, my friend. You can target farm everything, which makes it convenient to put builds together, okay? On top of being able to target farm everything, you are getting powerful fast, which makes it rather arcadey, but also simple fun. So you can imagine it's Path of Exile without the constant struggle of survival. And just enough depth to make it intriguing. It kind of makes it what is the appeal here and why people enjoy it. So if you get 20 ranks in a goodish aspect, it will work. Yes, Zach. I mean, you get 25 energy from the Beastfall boots. Let's not forget that. This is every single time you use a cooldown. That means if you go for Rain of Arrows Dash, that's already the 180 energy plus 25 and 25, right? It goes really, really quick. Actually, swap we're here in. So we get like the bonus resistance to all elements. Yeah. If you want to restore to then look at you after. Exactly. Everin, you got this. Fantastic. Thank you for helping out, Everin. What glyphs are you playing right now? I can point it out in a second. Give me a moment. We are going for combat. Skills that critically strike restore percentage of your energy. Okay. That works together in the beginning if you don't have enough restoration from Aftermath. Devious, when you hit the bosses, you get bonus damage multiplier. We got Canny, non-physical damage, and we do cold damage with our cold imbued Rain of Arrows. So fantastic. Control, damage versus chilled or frozen, which we also do. And then non-basic, non-core skills gain increased damage. We could technically replace combat through nothing. Because combat also is critical strike, which obviously interacts with the critical strike damage multiplier, right? So yeah, that's that. Lars, we sadly don't have anything build-wise for this build yet. But we will have that tomorrow. I mean, we have the 1 to 70 up already. So if you're looking for the 1 to 70 version, that one is out. Cold Rain of Arrows. Yeah, tier 12 boss was still like taking 2 faces. We don't appreciate that. Need more boss keys. I need 25 ranks right now, Zach. Zach, don't forget the 25 energy from the Beastfall boots. And don't forget if you have any type of resource generation. I mean, on your chest, on your helmet, on your pants, you could just go for resource generation. I mean, you could even make a pants with that, and that will tremendously help you. Okay, we finally pushed some war plans further forward because we didn't have that at all. We're actually going to go through the middle now because we haven't done that in a while. Doing some Nemesis layer shenanigans. Helltide, Helltide, Helltide. I could just live in the Helltide right now and just level up my Shamambo Bambo. Yeah. Before we do that, though, let's go for some speed runny doodle. Okay, we get this one up with 59 Intelligenza. We get this one here up for the magic boosting, and we're doing this already. We get this one up, which is also magic boosting. Dankeschön. We get you here for the intelligence to crowd control targets, and we get some juicing early. Nothing too crazy. And that one here was crit damage. Man, we could probably just... yeah. Make sure our defenses are defensing, right? Good. Do not bother with Azure Wrath anymore. There is a version of this that will use Azure Wrath, but then you would also need the Signet of Pelgane. So right now, for what we're doing, no, there's no Azure Wrath needed, but you can add Azure Wrath to the fray. So no one says no to that. But honestly, in order to add Azure Wrath, I would probably wait for a mythical Azure Wrath. I mean, right now we're playing the Respite Dirk because the Respite Dirk works against isolated enemies, aka bosses, or elites that are actually standing alone. So it's surprisingly a good choice for this build. I did experiment with this on my... it was on my Necro, because I wanted to have something that would just provide me with a consistent damage boost, and the Respite Dirk was exactly that. Oh wow, I did not expect that elemental to kill me. Best mythic to craft for this build, the ring, Scoundrel's Kiss. I mean, the Scoundrel's Kiss gives you damage based on how much ferocity you have. It's 15% more damage per stack of ferocity. You have 16 stacks of ferocity, so that's 15 times 16, which is a lot of damage. If now that 15% is 18% instead on 16 stacks, right? That's a 3% increase. However, that's like over 40% more damage, just like that. Simple, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The Beastfall boots are also interesting because they do give you more damage per thingy jiggy majiggy you have been using. So that means 0.75 times 1.3 is going to be 1% damage roughly per point of energy, which is also intriguing. Might be actually more damage. I'm not entirely sure if the Beastfall boots would turn out to be better. How do you have maximum resources? How many GAs? I do actually only have 1 GA for maximum resource, and you don't need more. Because you get maximum resource on your helmet, you get maximum resource on your chest, okay? Then your boots have maximum resource as well. And lastly, you can have your charms have maximum resource. Yes, so instead of getting for the marksman skills, I have 2 charms that are boasting maximum resource right now. And that's the simplest one, because either it's going to be your charms or it's going to be your amulet. So choose your poison. Getting the maximum resource was honestly the easier part. What was harder was hitting the cooldown. Right? I could hit the maximum resource without a resource GA. Realistically. Any thoughts on Harlequin? Harlequin is great. I mean, 6 ranks, 2 skills is insane. Nothing more to say. If you drop the Harlequin, I would use it. Almost every single build I have would straight away profit from Harlequin Crest. But as you say, you need a dropped Harlequin Crest for that, because a crafted Harlequin Crest won't do it. Unless you do have your other mythic drop, right? And you could use a crafted Harlequin Crest. We're gonna get our glyphs up so easily leveled today. It's gonna be crazy. Just look at how simple it is to get my shit up here. Can I still get some bonus XP for the war plans when I group up with people who need the same activity? Undercity, for example, or Infernal Hordes. Nadizzle. I don't think you get bonus XP when you do it together with others. I also have no clue because I've never done one together with others. So here, this is maximum resource and maximum resource. That's simple. So I've yet to ever do a war plan together with someone else. So, yes, you should save your keys currently, unless you have such an abundance of keys that it doesn't matter. I mean, you could already get used to Nemesis layers if you wish to. For example, I started like doing more and more Nemesis layers just to get used to it. But yeah, saving your keys is usually the preferred mode of operation right now. Then we get Helltides into Helltides into Helltides. And the good thing is that Helltides are right now on for quite some time. That's a lie. Helltides are up for 2 more minutes. Oh, let's wait for the next Helltide then. I lost the soul thingy that runs into enemies and explodes. The charge with up to 8 stacks. I changed some items and finally looked into the Book of the Dead. What could be the reason? Cursed touch. You had the aspect of a cursed touch, my friend. The souls you also get back by getting the Blade of Lord Zur, but a cursed touch is what you're looking for. This is the aspect that you need for that. So you're not doing anything wrong, you just didn't know better. As you say, you're new to this. I'm tired of being broke. It's the story of my life, sir. Are we talking about real life or in game? Either or, neither nor. I'm tired, Chief. It's an item, Shami, it's an aspect that you have to put on an item. Or, again, get the mythical item called the Blade of Lord Zur from Lord Zur. Yeah, fire did like obnoxious damage to me. Hey, we're mostly safe from like stuff, but if we're not safe, we're dead. It's like a bit weird, right? It's safe or dead right now. Definitely have to tweak a bit on the defenses on this one. Because safe or dead is always like the worst game to play. Like that. What game is this? It's the mighty game called Diablo 4. How to use Shadow Stab versus Dash? I don't understand having both in the build. Okay, so Dash, Shadow Stab. Dash, Shadow Stab. Shadow Stab, Dash. Dash, Shadow Stab. Dash, Shadow Stab. Dash, Shadow Stab. Shadow Stab, dash. Dash, Shadow Stab. Dash, Shadow Stab. Why are we using both? So we don't have to move. Why don't we want to move? Because we're currently playing the aspect of Inner Calm that gives us a huge chunk of bonus damage if we're not moving. And since we're never moving, we're always getting that huge chunk of bonus damage. So the only time I actually move is for dashing and shadow stabbing. I don't actually otherwise move this character. And if you're moving in that manner, it doesn't actually count as moving. It's kind of like funny and stupid. So what you need to do is you need to make your shadow stab that you can use it untargetable, right? So currently I can use my shadow stab no matter if someone is there or not. The problem is dash can only dash. What does that mean? If I try to dash through a wall, I'll hit the wall. Surprise. But if I use Shadow Stab, I can Shadow Stab through a wall. So it's insanely useful for Nightmare Dungeon traversal. If I'm like really just trying to get from A to B in a Nightmare Dungeon, right? Because I can just decide, boom, to jump over set walls and get to the other room faster. we see the updated planner, please? There is no updated planner yet, sir, as we're putting the finishing touches on the build. Do you recommend this build to get started early? KSY, you start as a barrage build, so 1 to 70 barrage build, and then as you're slowly going through the torment tiers, you stay barrage, but start adding Rain of Arrows. And then you're pretty much a barrage Rain of Arrows build, and then you slowly go away from the barrage to become only a Rain of Arrows build. It's essentially a gradual progress of bop, 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 instead of like jumping right down into it, right? Okay, let's see. I can do this really quickly. How would a pit 120 perform right now? How many points do you need in Rain of Arrows? The more the merrier. I mean, the points in Rain of Arrows don't actually reduce the cooldown, right? So actual points in Rain of Arrows are only useful for your damage. They're not useful for any kind of making the build functional, right? So you need points in Rain of Arrows to get your resources under control. See, for 120, I feel like we still need a bit more damage. Right, this is good damage, and I can obviously do it. That's not the question, right? But it's like it's not like the speed I prefer. I mean, it's good to see that we can just do a 120, right? I wanted to know. Oh, he has reprisal. I really don't want to fight someone with reprisal. Then on the other hand, for Rain of Arrows, reprisal's got awful. I swear, a week ago you said we weren't doing Rogue. Well, I wasn't doing Rogue because Rogue was bugged. However, we decided to do that Rogue build that's not bugged. So instead of like depriving you completely of Rogue content, we're doing Rogue content, but we're focusing on the version of a build, Rain of Arrows, that we've already done before, but without abusing any of the obvious Rogue bugs to make your build 8,000% stronger and be able to like do pit 115. Okay, so here, this wall here, I can shadow step over. So yeah, you're still getting Rogue content, but we're not bug abusing, so I guess you're getting the best of both worlds. A good build that will be functional throughout the ages. Always my favorite kind of thing. Now that 120 is a bit slower right now. I think we need crit chance. Crit chance is currently what I'd say we want to have. I mean, we get a lot of crits, but I feel like we could have more. So I'll have to look into that. How is this compared to the Poison Dog or Penshot version you showcased earlier? I have never showcased a Penshot version, so not sure which creator you're talking about. It wasn't me. I used Barrage, and Barrage was only for leveling. Dance of Knives, I honestly don't know how this is compared to Dance of Knives. I mean, the advantage of this is over Dance of Knives that I can just stand still and spam my ability. I don't have to Dance of Knives around a target, right? So no matter how the arena is, no matter in what circumstance I am, I can just spam my Arrow Storm, and I can, like, the faster I can spam it, the better it is. I think Rain of Arrows is bugged. Yes, exactly, Shade. Rain of Arrows itself is not bugged. However, you could use Rain of Arrows also with the bugged interaction to clear pit 150 if you wanted to. But you don't want to do that, right? Because we're not working on Stolen Valor here. Oh, goodness. I just wanted to pick that one up. They hate me. That's what I meant with going over walls. It's awkward when you're trying to go over walls with a dash. Aha! Stupid elites. This posted on the channel. No, this doesn't have a build guide yet. I'm sorry. Only a leveling version, but not a build guide. Oh, I lost my... what is it called again? Stone right away. Give it back. Meanie beanies. There we go. I might be standing here right in the middle of you, but I want my stone back. Right? The build coming out. Well, finishing touches today. Build guide tomorrow. You know how it is. Don't want to give you half-cooked thingies. Also, we got to consider if we want to make a pit variant and a boss variant. So if there are changes coming in that regard. Because technically, we're currently using the Respite and Dirk because I just simply like using the Respite and Dirk and it's good for boss fighting. However, for the pit, the Respite and Dirk is semi-optimal. So it might be better to go for... the Azeroth Pelgane combo for this. So Azeroth Pelgane is obviously nice. You're going to freeze thingies. They're going to soak up like the damage that you're raining into them. And that damage that you're raining into them... Oh, I forgot to stack my... that damage that you're raining into them leads to frost explosions then. Need to find a way to passively also create ferocity stacks so I don't have to like do some random dashes in between, because like you have your ferocity stacks here, right? And again, your ferocity stacks are bonus damage and you are gaining some ferocity stacks back from your ring, but you still have to just randomly dash in between and still stupid. I want to do that. I just have the unique undercrown helmet for Necro. I would like to start using it. What should I start doing in terms of making that item better upgrading? I mean, you can masterwork the item and temper the item, and that's about it. There's not much more you can do. And obviously, it can be turned into a mythic, but that's a random mythic, so you might actually not get the mythic that you're looking for. Right? I can't get the cooldown of Aurora on this build for the life of me. Well, you don't understand how it works, or you cannot get your cooldown to 15 seconds. Like, I'm not sure, like, you know, where's your problem? Do you not understand the build per se? Or do you just simply don't know all the resources of cooldown reduction that you need to tap into? What is it? What is it? Tell us your problems so we can work with it. We need the trillions of damage because we're not doing trillions of damage yet. So that was 11 stacks of ferocity now only. And 11 stacks of ferocity is 5 times 13 less damage. That's quite significant. So you gotta like do the random dashes in between to get things rolling. The best way to farm gear, tier 12 or tier 10? Tier 10? Tier 12 doesn't give you better gear. It's weird that it's actually not officially stated in the game like that, because the devs have confirmed that multiple times already. Almost like they want to give tier 12 players the illusion of being the cool kid in the room. Is the bugged Rain of Arrows build from last season usable? I don't know any bugged Rain of Arrows build from last season, sir. If you're talking about the 150 finishing build, that has never anything to do with Rain of Arrows. That was just a bug that still exists, yes. So if you're talking about the rogue bug that allows you to do pit 150, yes, that rogue bug very much still exists. Okay, see, like, this is too long. This is like a 10 minutes pit 120 finish. It's good to know that we can do it, but it was like too long for my liking. Oh, we're getting there, so I'm not too worried about this.
Step up to my anvil. That is a
Okay, we got more legendary seals. I'm still trying to get a seal that actually works with my set, right? Because a seal that works with my set could be like a huge chunk of cold damage bonus or something like that, but we'll have to get lucky. Okay, Helltide is back up again. Thank you. It's Helltide time. Favorite season 14 build so far? It's a close race. We have a Warlock. That's super fun to play. But you could kill yourself. We have Storm Druid, which is going to get nerfed, but not really. And multiple Necro builds. I think the Warlock right now is king because the Storm Druid was so strong that it's effortless, and that kind of deleted a lot of the fun. So the Warlock, then Golem Necro, and probably now Rain of Arrows as the third. The Warlock just wins because it has like a cool, unique mechanic where you burn yourself to do more damage, right? And that's kind of cool. Like a self-immolation into insane damage mechanic, pretty much. Like any barb builds this season? Well, I would play the charge barb. Looks cool. But I'm not a fan of like charge evade gameplay usually, but the charge barb looks just right about interesting to make it worth it. I mean, usually I would have gone just for the Call of Ancients barb again, because Call of Ancients barb is something new and exciting. However, since charge barb is something I've never played before, that's definitely something that did get my interest right away. In case you haven't heard of it, so there's a barb, like you charge around and you pull like a trail of fire behind you, and then you pretty much just charge through your opponents back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and then burning area, burning area, burning area. And I do believe the charge actually does do some significant damage in itself as well. So yeah, it's just like charge, charge, charge. That's how I'm looking at the barbarian currently. But again, not like at the forefront of my mind. I mean, we're gonna anyway see how much Diablo right now until the patch hits. Because let's be fair, until season 12, it's almost useless to play. Because season 12 until Tuesday. Because Tuesday is a big patch update that will allow you to farm more efficient. AKA Death Toll Chambers always give you superior lair keys. And then I can stack up on superior lair keys like no tomorrow. I mean, I could do like one farm session and pretty much have like 100 superior lair keys. And then I could use these superior lair keys to get exactly the greater affixed uniques that I require on many of my builds. So that's actually really intriguing. Right? On the Warlock, what we're using to soak up Mephisto's damage? It's in the guide. So if you haven't watched the guide, Mike, at the end of the guide, there's actually like a mention of the tanky version. So I assume you haven't watched the whole guide video. That being said, what we're using was the Tortured Wretch in the Punching Back variant. So you're going to take Punching Back, and then you're going to spam that away, and that actually is what keeps you easily alive in that situation. Poor Helltide Assassin. Just wanting to mind his own business. Okay, let's see if I can get these two overlapping. The best thing you can do is like you can try to like extend this one now, right? So this is like a tiny bit bigger. And then you also try to extend the other one so that the circles are overlapping, because if the circles are overlapping, they're accounting for both. Which means that we're now extending the duration of each of these. Right? And now this counts for for both. And you can go absolutely ham because it just keeps like spawning opponents and keeps spawning opponents and keeps spawning opponents. For example, I need a greater affix beastfall boots, so now I would wish for superior lair keys to actually get my greater affix beastfall boots. But I have no superior lair key farm currently, or none that actually like works actively, right? Whereas after the patch hits, I will actually have a superior lair boss key farm. I get a short attention span, blame TikTok and the government and Obama, all of them in that order. And Hillary. Hillary's also her fault somehow. I'm not sure how, but like we'll get her involved. And lead poisoning in the water. Yeah, always lead poisoning. Did I actually, like, from these Hellborn? No, I don't think we have the points yet. Yeah, well, that was on my necro. Remember, people were trading 1,000 betrayal costs for 1,000,000 gold. Well, that was duping times, obviously. I mean, you know that this was, like, done with being able to duplicate items, and everyone knows that was done with duplicating items, right? And we're anyways playing Soul Self-Found, so we don't have to care about these things anymore. Like, for me personally, Soul Self-Found has just been the greatest thing that could ever happen to Diablo, because it just frees me from the stress of giving a flying fuck, you know? As stupid as this sounds, but I just don't have to care anymore if now or if not. Like there is a dupe around there, you know, you can get some materials easy, some materials not easily. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. Okay, so we got 3 portals open, with the 4th portal potentially being able to get opened up. This is, by the way, one of the better Helltide farms, right? When you just get these portals and then you cross-pollinate them and you overlap them and you hope to get like more overlapping by breaking through tiers and summoning these goblins here, because that was actually not the goblin, but I think there was like just a goblin coming up here. So like getting these goblins, right? That's also a thing. And right now we have 4 of these turrets actually on top of each other. Rupture, rupture, what you gonna do? What's your high damage now? You mean which ability is doing high damage, or generally? I mean, we do, like, the highest I've seen was like 780 billion currently, so we certainly do hit hard, right? But we just gotta increase that even further. I mean, more maximum resource will also be more damage, so you always want to have like the items that you have for maximum resource you want to have maxed out. And I'm sitting at 234. It's 234 times X, right? So, I mean, to not forget that you have your Beastfall boots and it's 0.75% more damage per point of resource being spent. So that is significant damage. Does Solo Self-Found block the ability to join groups? Yes, you can actually not group up because Solo Self-Found is Solo Self-Found, right? However, it doesn't stop you from interacting with others in the world, in terms of like, if there is a person here in the world and he's here with me in the world, then yes, we can certainly do this here together. I can, like, right? So you could technically, with your friend, juice each other. You could just never join a party in Solo Self-Found, right? Oh, the Butcher Helltide Terrorizers. Let's go. They sadly don't drop Profane Mind Cages for me because I don't have the bonus going on, right? Okay, another Rupture just open up, ladies and gentlemen. I'll never leave this. I'll never leave this. As much as you treat me, I want to give Rain of Arrows a try. You should. It's honestly one of the funnier builds to play. It's also very relaxing to play because you just phase ruffle your inventory. your skills, right? You don't really have to look for rotation. See, my Rain of Arrows is always up. I could just do Rain of Arrows. So technically for enough damage, it's Rain of Arrows with the occasional right click, right? That's my build. That's what I do. It's a one button build essentially. And I could also just press Rain of Arrows, but then my set wouldn't work, and my set bonus is significant. So I would obviously want to have my set bonus up, but like realistically, I would do enough damage by just spamming Rain of Arrows. Just being content with it. Okay, we get like Helltide into Helltide Harvest. So that is a grand total of 750, 1,250 cinders. Now, farming those 1,250 cinders right away and then potentially dying to something stupid is totally not the way to go. Unless you would just not care and do something stupid. Highly questionable. A duo self-found can come. Yeah, but that would kind of defeat the purpose of solo self-found, right? I mean, solo self-found is in the name. All about everything you achieve yourself. Now, the only problem I have with solo self-found is that it technically speaks against everything Blizzard ever wanted to do, right? Like, I love solo self-found. I just simply don't understand why they ever created that mode. But because, I mean, Diablo was meant to be this online multiplayer thingy, and we specifically choose to spit on that. It's like, oh, multiplayer solo, like multiplayer open world, MMO kind of game-esque, blah, whatever, Diablo. No! We don't want to. We really don't want to. You would rather just not participate in your vision of the game. The mobilities for Rain of Arrow only for the leveling build. Not for the Rain of Arrows itself yet. Okay, so see, this was 1,250, and this is going to push my Helltide so much forward. It's actually insane. Oh, by the way, watch this, chat. Okay, I want to go up here. Boop. This is like, why do you play Shadow Stab? Fuck yeah. I mean, did I want to walk around? No, I absolutely did not want to walk around. How do I look like? Handicapped? No. I want to get up there right away. They failed to make this a social game. Yes, Shay Gaming. I don't know if most players play this solo. Like, to be honest, I wouldn't even be able to guess how many players play this solo compared to as a team game. Ah, shitty. This one has weapon damage. I could get rid of the weapon damage and try to just roll it. Yeah. But I personally just don't care, right? Because I am... Wow. Wow. Look at that glove, chat. Holy Christ. Vulnerable damage and crit damage multiplier up. Damn. That's my best pair of gloves I've ever had. What am I going to do with that? Ah, ha, 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 ha.
You know where to find me.
I mean, that's just a right away nasty pair of glovery, right? Thing is, mine has vulnerable damage and then the greater affix to cooldown reduction. So technically, even if I get like cooldown reduction on that one, it's going to be less efficient because my cooldown reduction is a 15.1. So I would have to get cooldown reduction somewhere else to make up for that. I have to see if that's possible because your cooldown reduction needs to be around 15. I guess I could fix this over a helmet, focusing on the helmet cooldown reduction. Probably. We'll have to see. I know the season drops too much good ancestral with GAs. I mean, if you are like Torment 10 plus, Torment 10 essentially, you're going to get GAs left, right, and center. You just literally have to filter correctly. I'm not sure if most people just have wrong loot filters and they just see too much loot and they get this loot fatigue, because that's a real thing, right? If you just see too much loot, your brain will shut down at some point and just not give a flying fuck anymore. I have that in Path of Exile, for example. Like, if I play a couple of hours of Path of Exile, I'm just like, oh my god, I like, fuck you. I'm not going to pick up a single item anymore. I hope you eat a bag of Doritos. I hate you. Stop dropping loot. Right? It's such a, like, there's so much that you don't want. And it's like the same in Diablo, right? If you're playing without a loot filter or a proper loot filter, you're going to just see way more than you should. For 3 years in D4, still don't even have a working global chat. Ah, mate, I mean, there are many things that even after all this time don't correctly work. I mean, partially we have skills that never work correctly from the beginning of the game on and still not work. Items too, and other things. So, like, if you want to start a list of things that don't work, there is like, there's a long line. A long line. How do I add legendary affixes to a unique? You don't add legendary affixes to a unique? Unless you're talking about your amulet, and then you would like to use the Kulian tuning prism. If that's what you meant, then Kulian tuning prism. Just get the mythic gore grapes. Did you get them as crafted or did you find them, Beppo? Also, do they have good multipliers on it? Right? I mean, it's a glove, correct? Of course, it's a glove. So you want the glove, obviously, with also the... Oh, my lordy, lord. I should stop checking my inventory when I'm in hostile territory. Then again, that will never happen. More stash space would give us more lag. What I don't understand is I don't want more stash space. I just want dedicated stash space. Like, I really don't see why we don't have stashes like in Path of Exile, to be honest. I mean, I'm not saying Path of Exile has the perfect solution, but we now in Diablo 2 Resurrected, Diablo 2 Resurrected have custom stash tabs, and Diablo 4 does not have custom stash tabs. So how am I supposed to feel about that? Right? What's my vibes going to do with this information now? 'Cause my vibes are not happy. The build guy, we're almost the same Paragon level and a good damage like that. My build Poison Imbuement and Dance of Knives. Well, I'm using Rain of Arrows, obviously, so we're two complete different builds, my friend. Right? I'm not sure where the limit for your build is, though. The advantage of Rain of Arrows is, so you can only throw that many knives with 100% attack speed, okay? While I can throw infinite knives. I can just keep like, here, look at this, right? I can just keep doing infinite storms. I have to never stop. Like, I can hold down this button. Right? Big advantage. Until my finger breaks off, or the game breaks, or both. What makes it have no cooldown? Very simple. So you have preparation. Every 75 energy spent reduces your cooldown by 5 seconds. Now you have to imagine, we have only a 15-second cooldown, so we simply have to spend now 225 energy. We have 234 energy. How do we spend that all with one go? You have boots called the Beastfall boots. These Beastfall boots, they would instantly use up all your resource every single time you cast your ultimate. So I'm pretty much using up all my resource, but I'm getting my resource instantly back again. That means use up resource, 15 seconds cooldown, instantly get a resource back, resource abuse, resource up back, resource abuse, and so on. Right? I'm close yet so far away from my goal in this build. I want to get 375 resource and 32 skill ranks so I can drop cooldown for more multipliers. 375. I mean, I would say that 300 resource would already be amazing because then you get 20 seconds. But I'm not sure if that's worth it. I mean, realistically, if you have a greater affixed chest, if you have a greater affixed helmet, that's 80 bonus resource. If you have greater affixed boots, that's 120. So in total, it would be 9 and only 6 more right now. So that's 15 more to what I have right now. And I would have 2 charms, at least with the resource aspect, plus my amulet. So I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just like, is it worth the effort? Kinda. Is 375 even possible? If you had a charm and each charm has a greater affix resource, then it might be possible. Still highly suspect. Crit damage multiplier. I can work with those. Do GAs drop more in tier 12? No. Tier 10 and tier 12 have the same GA drop rate. So I think 300 resource is reasonable, especially if you have mythic beastfall boots. Could be nasty. I forget where the beastfall boots are from. Something killed me in the end here. This is why I'm not allowed to play hardcore chat, because I just don't care enough. This is why I'm not allowed. Death awake, death evading. Should I do Bartric Portal and only have 70 left for rewards? The rewards at the end of the Infernal Horde are useless. The reward is fighting Bartik and hopefully getting something in Mythic. Makes the actual rewards useless. Chaos. I don't play hardcore this season either. Too many deaths out of the blue. I mean, generally speaking, right? I would actually have to pay attention to the game, and the amount of attention I do actually pay to the game is like this, right? Straight from the bottle. How am I getting my microplastics otherwise? New pain. You know how it is. Get those microplastics in. I did like your builds. I feel like I can tweak them better. Monarch. Well, I always try to give you the construct, right? And you just work from there. There's always room for improvement, especially when it comes down to just getting better items than me. Or we could try to actually make it to 300 resource today for the shits and giggles to see how that would play. Because you are correct in you could use less cooldown reduction and then focus on other things more. So that is wholly not wrong. Especially as the cooldown reduction requirements are quite harsh, right? I don't think my amulet, for example, has cooldown reduction, but my amulet would need cooldown reduction, actually. No mythics, though. I also don't have mythics. Yeah, well, the build, after today is done, I will rest my legs so it doesn't bloat and explode. And then tomorrow morning, I'll get you the video. And I'm not sure if we're going to start tomorrow a new build or we're going to enjoy some Pal World until the Tuesday patch hits. That is something I still have to decide for me personally, and I haven't yet. It's like, this is how fast you can go through something, chat. Right? Demon time. Just bump through. Do we share the tree on alts? No. I've not been able to play 1.0 yet. Yeah, me neither. KO, me neither. We also don't have runes activated right now. I guess I should get the crit rune, right? The tree farming is pain. Actually, it's not. The tree farming goes relatively quick. Wait. Me too. Okay. So, why is the tree leveling really quick? From Torment 8 on, you're getting more tree XP. And look at this now. So my tree is right now at level 3. My Undercities as well here. But I just did, like, look at this. This is 150, 150, 450, 150, and 150. So I'm just heading this in. And despite, like, this character is now a grand total of 8 hours old. My war plans are, like, this is triple already. This is double. This is almost quadruple, right? We get a double here. We get a double there. We get one, that, like, double, almost triple as, like, with a PID. So it goes super quick once you actually do focus on war plans. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, let's finish this Helltide, just so we can then afterwards go for some pits, because we obviously need to put ourselves on the leaderboard. The problem with Rogue right now is that the Rogue leaderboard obviously is shitty, right? Stupid nerds. 2.5 pages full of losers, chat. The top 28 should be banned. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a very simple man, chat. We all know that, like, the current 150 leaderboard pushes are bugged. You know you're using a bug when you're doing it. So temporary suspensions would be funny to see. I mean, Blizzard wanted the actual leaderboards to be out of beta, but they're still not punishing anyone for actually bug abusing, for, like, heavy bug abusing like this, right? This is straight up exploit levels. For higher finishes. Not sure how you want people to care in any way about your leaderboard if that's the case. Do you have a bow or crossbow? We have a crossbow. Bow has more attack speed, but a crossbow has more higher base damage. So, like, a bow goes up here, for example, to 255 weapon damage, while a crossbow will always go up to more weapon damage, right? So, generally speaking, crossbow better when it comes down to max damage hits. And that's the thing. We don't need attack speed, because attack speed won't make my rain of arrows rain down faster. My rain of arrows will rain down as fast as they rain down. And that, again, that raining down is in any way, like, is not connected to attack speed. So, by now then using a crossbow, you get the max damage, so the highest billions possible, without actually having to... care for attacking faster. Wouldn't it be nice for Blizzard to fix the bugs? As nice as it obviously would be for Blizzard to fix the bug, it's pretty simple to not abuse bugs that break the game. I mean, like, you literally have to go out of your way to do a pit 150 finish. Like, so how do I say this now? You have no excuse why you're doing this, okay? You have no excuse. Like, it's not like this is the only viable build. Does that make sense? So, like, there's literally no, oh no, I accidentally stumbled up in the bug and I am now clearing pit 150. How did this happen? No, you constantly, like, you choose to do this, right? You choose to abuse this. This is on you. Obviously, it's on Blizzard for being doofus copters doofuses and not fixing the bug. But regardless of that being the case, you still choose to do it. I mean, that's coming from me, who doesn't really care about the leaderboard, but what is with the people that do? You play hardcore? No. I'm not built to play hardcore. I have the attention span of a butterfly. When I play hardcore, I would just die to random things. I mean, the most random things. Like, literally, like, you can't even imagine how easy it would be for me to die. It's like, oh no, butterfly, dead again. You're able to infinite dash with no cooldown. I have a lot of cooldown reduction, KB. And when I say a lot of cooldown reduction, it's like tons. So we're sitting at a 62.3%, which makes my dash have a 2.99 second cooldown. That's nothing. Might as well not exist. Okay, off to the danger zone. What is the bug? Asking for a friend, Hollow. There are two. There was an interaction with Umbacrew and Dash, and then there's also an interaction, if I'm not mistaken, with Shadow Clone. They are actually planning to disable Umbacrew, as far as I know, so that should stuff one hole. But it doesn't stuff the main hole, because I've already the confirmation from the rogue creators that you can do the bug without the Umbacrew, right? So yay. I mean, it's a bit the same with the Spiritborn bug. The Spiritborn gets currently 600% bonus damage from a rune, and you would actually never play the rune. So the only reason you play the rune is the bug. You would never play the rune if the bug wasn't in the game. So what I don't understand is why we don't deactivate said rune until you fix it. Because clearly there's a bug being caused by it. But clearly it's also the only reason why Spiritborn is strong, because without the bug, Spiritborn would actually be plenty weak. But hey, imagine things would actually function. I'm at the point with my Aurora. I'm hitting 5 trillion running Rustbitten in mob packs. Gotta test my Azeroth and Cygnus combo tomorrow. Ah, King, we still need a bit more. I mean, I do have a good weapon. I like this one. So this rolled pretty damn impressive, I gotta say. But I do actually have to get a better Scoundrel's Kiss, because mine is 13.2, right? And it's a shitty Scoundrel's Kiss because it doesn't have any of the multipliers I want. I mean, I would crit damage multiplier, right? And preferable, like, cooldown reduction, but it doesn't have any of that. So we actually need to try to now get a better Scoundrel's Kiss that has at least something going on. So I guess Torment 12 Belial is what we're looking for here. Before I get annoyed by this level, let's go to the other one from the last chest. Does your build have the same breakpoints as Death Trap? 15 seconds here and 225 energy over there. So yes. How difficult is it to get this build online? Actually, not difficult at all, because you can play this build in half efficient. Okay? So I did play this build in half efficient with Barrage for the longest time until I finally hit the breakpoint. There's literally ways how to make it function, just not completely, right? Until you then hit the breakpoints. So you can play this relative early and have a great, good flunking fun with this. And then, you know, pretty much make it work even better down the line. I think that makes this build really, really nice. Because, hey, you can play it half-ass. And then once you get a full ass, you know, the big BBL upgrade, then you're good to go. What are those stones that hover around you, Mark? Well, Mark, those stones around me are called the Druid's Bulwark, Earthen Bulwark. They're caused by a rune, and they consistently give me Barrier on top of the Barrier I'm anyways getting. So, Barrierception. Does Roar play the same as Death Trap? Yes, I know. So I think you even have the same Paragon boards. I mean, apart from that, Death Trap is not a marksman skill, right? So you don't look for marksman skills. For example, my set is now 4 marksman skills. Like, the set is actually really cool. Let me go out here so I can show you. And you would probably play the trap set instead of the marksman skill set, I guess. Also, there's a set you can play if you don't hit the breakpoints. It's like super intriguing. We got, like, you have this set here. It's the sightless set. It says entering stealth reduces any of your ultimate skills' active cooldowns by 6 seconds, and breaking stealths grants you damage. That means you can't just use concealment to enter stealth, to then break stealth, to then enter stealth, to then break. You get my drift, right? Super useful. How easy is it to play the game on controller? Is the rotation hard? No. You can just hold down all your buttons. Okay, so the rotation is super simple. Watch this. You have 2 choices, okay? 2 choices. You can just go for hold down Rain of Arrows. Right? You hold down Rain of Arrows, and then I pretty much just use my cold imbuement whenever it's up. So hold down Rain of Arrows, cold imbuement, right? That's what I do. Then on top of doing this, you have to tap your Heartseeker every 4 seconds. Heartseeker, Heartseeker, Heartseeker. And if you want to add a bit more crit, you could also tap the Conceal every 10 seconds. Why the Conceal every 10 seconds? Because the Conceal gives you... Casting Conceal grants 4 stacks of overpower. After breaking concealment, you gain increased critical strike chance for the next 6 seconds. Yeah, sorry. So, like, that's what you can do for the absolute maximum super duper, right? If you then did want to, but you don't actually have to. Why do we do the Heartseeker? The Heartseeker is for our set. So the set says when you cast a marksman basic skill, you gain a stack of Vengeance. That's 15 times 5% bonus damage. Kind of nice, 75% bonus damage. We love this, okay? While you have Vengeance, we get Dark Shroud for free. Amazing. And while you have Vengeance, your marksman skills deal 200% increased damage, and you trigger the last marksman basic skill you use 3 times whenever you cast a marksman skill. Which actually means that if I shoot the Heartseeker, right, on top of using my Rain of Arrows, the Heartseeker is also being cast by my set. So we're getting on top just random basic skill Heartseeker casts that also just slap in damage. Like, why not? Right? And Heartseeker can, for example, weaken enemies if we wanted to, but I think I weaken them otherwise as well. Alright? Not entirely sure with what I weaken them, but I could weaken them, so it's kind of like fine. After using Barrage to consume the final 75 energy, do I get energy back with the things like Lucky Hit, Restore Energy? Oh, you mean when you're playing the inefficient version, Averin? I did play the aspect where core skills give you unkilled energy back. It is called core skills. The aspect of Voracious Rage. Killing an enemy with the core skills refunds energy. And that kind of like worked, right? Somewhat. But as I said, it's the inefficient version, Averin. So you kind of do Barrage, Heartseeker, Rain of Arrows. Barrage, Heartseeker, Rain of Arrows. And then your Heartseeker, you could actually go for basic skills, give you a resource, right? You go for basic. And that is another 23 additional resource. So you could have your Heartseeker itself actually give you... I mean, how much resource does Heartseeker actually give when you shoot it? Like, yeah, but, you know, more energy. It doesn't even list anywhere how much energy it gives you for a hit, huh? Or am I blind? But yeah. Is Rogue your main? No, sir. I play every single class, every single build. I'm a generational talent. What can I say? No, we do everything. We don't limit ourselves to one thing because limiting yourself to one thing is just right away boring. And I'd rather play all the fun builds instead of just one fun build.
Back to it then.
3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. I'm still trying to get my 3 to 1 sealed, chat. I'll never get it. I'll never. This is a scam. The greatest scam in the history of all the scams that have ever been scammed. Also, do need a better Gladiator's Triumph. So I gotta make some more of these today. Chad. Because those Gladiator Triumphs are good. So we're getting scammed. Working on it. No Word of Hakan. Word of Hakan is weaker than... you need the aspect of Aftermath. Or the build doesn't work. Okay? Without aspect of Aftermath, everything just falls apart. Simple. Okay, my amulet currently has a greater affix to cooldown reduction. I did get crit damage multiplier, vulnerable damage, and crit chance. So that is good. I wanted to have a better Scoundrel's Kiss. So Scoundrel's Kiss comes from Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, the Butcher. That means we're going to now kill Belial and loot him 2 times. What aspects do you use? We use intercom because we're moving. And when we're moving like this, we still get the intercom bonus. See, look at this. This is intercom, right? And even if I'm moving here now, I'm not moving, right? So I can still use intercom just like that at the full, like, advantage. We also got high velocity. We got ferocious, so we get more ferocity stacks. And casting ultimate skills gives you ranks, which is great for Rain of Arrows. And also the restoration of the energy. Oh, look at that. Torment 12 Belial and gone! I think this time his size is actually counterproductive for this because he is like so tall and big and wide that he's getting damaged from every single Rain of Arrows. I wonder how that works against Belial. Okay, ring with a greater affix. Ring with a greater affix. Come on now. Don't be a bitch. Scoundrel's Kiss with critical strike, vulnerable damage, and dexterity. I mean, like, you know, better than what I have because mine has attack speed. But just not good. So, like, technically you can play the Word of Hakan if you, like, you can use Aftermath also on your rings. So once you actually have enough rings, like ranks in your marksman skill, and everything is being restored enough, then you could technically use Hakan. But again, you could only use Hakan if you get the perfect Hakan with crit, with vulnerable, with crit chance, with cooldown reduction, right? You would have to have the absolute perfect one. And I just don't think that you will ever have the absolute perfect one, right? Oh, Mythic Seal? And I don't even need it? Well, I guess, yay. Maybe it's a good mythical seal. So which one is it? It's the Seal of the Diamond Mine with trap skills. Lasai. I mean, if it was at least... So it's double applied alchemy, right? If I was now using the applied alchemy set, that would be fucking nuts. Because it's trap skills and vulnerable damage. However, it's not even a single thing. God. Seal of the Diamond Mine robbery. We get here attack speed. That's useless. Greater affix uselessness.
Mainlander, what brings you?
3 to marksman skills. That's the Beru. I got a Beru with 3 to marksman skills, and it has the lightning resistance. Actually, lightning resistance is better than bonus XP, as much as bonus XP is nice, right? But lightning resistance is king, you know. I need to keep 2 of these stealth sets here for the explanation later on. So let's see, what do we get here? We got this one. We got that one that we don't need. And the rest can just eat shit. Good. Apart from you, you can eat shit too. So we got this one with crit damage multiplier, vuln damage multiplier, and the attack speed can get rerolled into cooldown reduction. Now, first things first, what are you going to do? You are going to go to the occultist and waste all your money. How many superior keys do I have left? I could use 2 more to maybe get something. Let's use 2 more to maybe get something. I'm going to be greedy. I mean, from Tuesday on, we're going to get superior keys left, right, and center. In case you don't know this, chat, from Tuesday on, we can just target farm superior keys. So you'll be swimming in them. Save Dirty Souls. So it doesn't matter where you run Aftermath. You just need enough ranks on Rain of Arrows to make it work. Okay? So my Rain of Arrows is currently at 27 rank. Right? 27. It actually shows 25 because my Vehement Brawler for some reason doesn't add those 2 ultimate ranks as it should. Right? Which is weird. It seems like Vehement Brawler doesn't do that. But we get 25 times 10 right now. So it's 25 times 10.5. Jesus. I'm too stupid to type in 10.5 times 10.5. God. That is 262 energy plus 25 because of the Beastfall boots. So I'm technically 60 energy too much. Ergo, if I could now use it on a ring, I might be better off. Yes, absolutely. Okay, that butcher did not give me a single one of my rings. That is frustrating. Da, 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 da. Do I have to stand like right on him to do this? No, I could just stand wherever I want. Okay, one more, Chad. One more. We got superior layer keys, butcher. I'm not asking for much. Just give me everything I want in legendary, unique, everything. Okay? 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 I'm not asking for much. Just give it all to me. Everything. So it's better to use on a ring because you can max DPS on your offensive. Yes, safe. Like, if you can afford it. I mean, we can do the math if we can actually afford it right now. Right? Sadly, my Aftermath is not maxed out. So having a max roll. So if I have it on an amulet, like on the ring, it would go down to 7 or 8 energy per. Gonna run the numbers. Ring with a greater affix. Ancestral set charm. Set charm. Set charm. Rest doesn't matter. Actually, what kind of boots to drop here? Assassins, yeah. So let's see what we get there. Sorry. Need to lean back. Luckily, I have this nifty microphone arm. Not even gonna notice I'm handicapped. So critical strike damage multiplier and attack speed and poison resistance. Lasai, Chad. What's Heartseeker for? Triggering your set. Okay, so technically this one has critical strike damage multiplier. This one has nothing. This one has all damage. We got poison damage. We got cold damage. We got... I mean, this got crit and vulnerable, right? But I think we should take the one with crit damage multiplier. Just live with having the attack speed. And actually re-roll the poison resistance into cooldown reduction. Because that's now my biggest problem, right? I need cooldown reduction. And I need cooldown reduction as high as possible. There's like no alternative, right? Cooldown 8%. Chaka chaka. Let's go. So if I now retemper the aftermath aspect over here, for example, right? After goes over here. And we would put then the aspect of the jiggy majiggy inner calm over here. Now we're sitting at a grand total of 7 resource per rank. So that is 25 ranks times 7, which actually brings us up to mathematical 125. Plus then 25, so 200, which is 20 resource less, or not enough. Now, if I'm going over here, you'll notice that I can usually just spam my Rain of Arrows. Okay, so we're at 234 energy. And if I now use Rain of Arrows, we're not full. So if I want to spam it again, it doesn't work. Instantly wouldn't work. Because obviously my Aftermath is not leveled enough. If I now had Aftermath a level higher, so if my Aftermath was at 8 resource, then it would be 25 ranks times 8. So that would bring me up to 200 plus 25 is then 225. Perfectly what we're actually looking for, right? So it will work. Alternative, I could also just get more marksman ranks, right? So right now we're sitting at 25 marksman ranks, and if I would now get like a... I mean, I could get all skills on the amulet probably. That might be a nice way to work around that. How much damage multiplier is a skill rank going to give you on... Huh. How do you get all skills? Let me show you something, ladies and gentlemen. In case you've never seen this before, because you're not watching enough Pony Half streams, you dirty little scoundrels. Let me take an amulet that has cooldown reduction greater affix on it. Okay, this one. Then we're going to throw it in. Now I'm going to add a core skill. Boom. So that core skill does nothing really special, right? Shade skills. Then we're going to add another core skill, and then we're going to add another core skill, which actually does add all skills. Kind of cool, right? Now we can remove one, which would be all skills, and then we can add it back in again and get the all skills not at 2. Now we're going to sit here and pretty much focus reroll until the all skills is +2. Okay, amazing. We love this. Now we have to remove the shade and the dexterity. For this, we could just remove affix now until we actually don't hit the all skills. So I want the dexterity gone. I'll just hit this, right? Dexterity's gone. Fantastic. Then we're going to add an affix, a tuning, aggressive one, correct? Boom. And that is going to be attack speed. Attack speed obviously sucks monkey balls, so we're going to go for focused reroll. And now we're going to hold down this button until we hit a good multiplier, aka critical strike damage at 50%. That might take forever. And that would give me 3 more ranks to my skill, which is actually pretty good. Now, obviously, what's missing on this one would be... I could have also taken the crit, by the way. I just got an 8.5 crit. That would have actually been nice. Yeah, we can take the 8.5 crit, and then we just go over here. And now we're going to re-roll the shade skills into poison resistance. Critical strike damage multiplier. But obviously, we need the critical strike damage multiplier higher. Only that that's now, like, really, really expensive, and it's going to take me quite some barbillions to actually get to that point finally. So that's a bit of a nuisance. Well, we could now stay quickly for the all damage multiplier just for emphasizing my point here. Then we're going to go over to the Masterworking. Thank you very much. Masterwork first, then Temper. Why Masterwork first? Very simple. If I Masterwork first, I am getting the cooldown reduction, rather hit. And obviously, we're then going to Temper also on the cooldown reduction. And then we're going to roll a billion times until we get this. And if you now compare these two amulets, mine has vuln damage, crit damage, cool. Cooldown, like this as well, right? And crit chance. Okay, we get more crit chance. But we get those 3 ranks to marksman skills. And my damage bonus is currently 1,643. So if I get 3 more ranks now, we're suddenly sitting at 1,777. So that's over 100% base damage more. Right? Kind caring. Why stream on YouTube if you don't even care? We care, sir, but you just didn't say anything interesting. You came in here behaving like a 12-year-old. You didn't get the answer you're looking for, and then you threw a temper tantrum like a 12-year-old. I'm sorry. I said 12-year-old, but my 7-year-old is behaving better than you. So, Mr. Kind Caring 295. I do care about YouTube. I just don't care about you. Good job, sir. Happy Sunday for you. Hope you find happiness somewhere else that is not here. Great. Some people, chat, some people don't possess the mental capacities to be welcome. Okay, now the question is, with 28 ranks and 7 resource, we're sitting at 196 is still not enough though, like, right? So we would need 1 rank more. That's pretty frustrating, I gotta say. So currently we're sitting with that aftermath. If I now put it over to my ring again. It's pretty harsh, meta. Well, if you behave like an idiot, you get treated like an idiot. It's actually pretty simple. If you know, behave like a decent person, you get treated like a decent person. Just like in real life. Why would streams be any different? Only because you're behind a keyboard? Nah. That's not how it works. So, if I now use this, see, like, we don't have enough. So I can kind of spam it, but we're always reducing my resource a bit further, right? So I kind of get away with it. Perfection. Okay, good. The mains, we can currently play the intercom aspect on the amulet, yeah. So it's more damage. Oh yeah, it's absolutely more damage because now you can use the amulet, like your aspect on the amulet, and that brings it up from 75 to 111%. So that's 40% damage increase. 40% damage increase is a lot. The training dummy is in Temis. KO, yes, same guy, probably. If their parents won't teach you, others will. I'm 17 and I'm more mature than probably 65% of grown men these days, Taco. Maturity is not an age thingy, right? You can be an absolute decent human being with 17, and you can be an absolute twat with 34, right? Age is, in this case, just a number, and your behavior simply displays how you personally want to be treated. And hey, if you want to be treated bad, just behave like an idiot. It's simple. We'll treat you appropriate. Marksman skills have a chance to deal increased damage and immobilize an enemy. That's a great aspect. I mean, I haven't anything transfigured on my amulet right now, so it might be time that we transfigure something on our amulet, right? So we're going to take this one here, this bad boy, Transfigure, take the Kalian Tuning Prism, and now let's see what we can put on. We got, you have a chance to gain Ferocity. No, we don't want to do that. Ferocity is useless, because that's bonus attack speed, and again, bonus attack speed is bad. Vampiric Curse, Vulnerable doesn't do anything. We can pull distant enemies in, because, I mean, realistically, you deal increased damage to distant enemies. Distance is everything that is not melee range. Marksman skills have a 40% chance to deal 44% increased damage. My problem is, if I immobilize an enemy, we cannot freeze them, right? So we kind of don't want the immobilize happening. Also, it's a lucky hit, and the lucky hit on my Rain of Arrows is 12%. So that kind of sucks. Breaking Stealth grants Resolve and additional armor. Well, that would make me tankier. You apply Chill and deal increased damage to chilled enemies. I mean, would work, but I think there's one with Overpower that actually does work better. Cutthroat skills, no. There is one Overpower related one. That would technically be best. But if I get the distant one, I'm probably going to just take the distant one right now, because I just really can't be asked to roll all my Kalian Tuning Prisms away. You know? But we'll have to see. Your Air Storms deal increased damage. No. Earthstriker is the one you need. Well, Earthstriker would be great. That's the one for Overpower I'm talking about, but it's not necessarily required, right? I mean, right now, I would be happy with the 1-2 distant enemies. I mean, like, look at that. I had 72 tuning prisms, right? And now we just have, like, 36 left. So half my tuning prisms gone. Here. Gain stack of Overpower each time you swap weapons. You deal 30.8 increased damage while you have Overpower. While you have Overpower is one single stack of Overpower, and we always have one single stack of Overpower by pressing our Concealment. So technically, the best amulet I've had so far. No, I'm still looking to actually improve my amulet, my ring ding ding ding, banana phone, ding dong ding dong ding dong, banana phone. Let's temper the cooldown reduction on this one as well. And I wonder if I now get this one properly done, if I could replace my gloves. Because my gloves are currently having a greater affix to cooldown reduction, okay? When are we swapping weapons? Oh, you don't need to swap weapons for the Overpower. You just need to tap Concealment. Breaking Concealment gives you Overpower. So nothing else needed. Just break Concealment. And you break Concealment, you get crit. Okay, come on. Cooldown reduction. You're missing the 5th charm. It's a matter of time, my friend. You just have to play the game and you'll get it. I mean, the easiest way to do it is 3-to-1 transmute. So you take 3 charms and just slam them together to 1. But that might just, you know, take forever. You can do the Undercity with charm tributes. Or you could you could do the Seer's Reach dungeon above Themis that you anyways do for gems. But you could do that one because the boss from Torment 6 to 8 on actually drops charms. Right? You say Ferocity was bad. Didn't catch Scoundrel's Kiss damage per Ferocity. We produce Ferocity over Dash. So getting anything that gives us Ferocity other than the Dash is unnecessary, as we have the perfect source of Ferocity. Okay, does this one not want to roll? I mean, I can waste 4,000 Forgotten Souls on this, I guess. No? I mean, I have 129 Scrolls of Restoration left. I can play this game all day long. Don't make me, though. Like, seriously? Okay, what is this sitting at? This is sitting at a hack speed greater cooldown. So, technically, I could put this one on. Okay. Good. So... we got ourselves the ring. That brings us down to a cooldown of 14.79 seconds. If I remove these gloves, we're sitting at 17.6 because the gloves are 16% cooldown. However, if I am now going for my... By the way, one thing we forgot to do is this. Just checking if I could get a better... Yeah, you're all terrible. I hope you die. Okay, so that's that. This counter is also a 15% roll, so that's insane. So we're actually pretty good off right now. Okay.
What brings you? Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Junk. Then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Narrow's Eye is also not what we're looking for. Never. We'll never get the upgrade, chat. It's so bad. Okay, where were we stuck now? We get a better ring. We get a better amulet. Ah, gloves. Because look at this, chat. We get something nice there. There's a way to improve the build with 300 energy breakpoint. Yeah, but I'm not even remotely close to a 300 energy breakpoint, my friend. So, yes, you could go for a 300 energy breakpoint, but I really, really wouldn't recommend working on that. Personally. Cooldown reduction is utility. So now I need to roll until I get cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction 5%. I mean, unless it is cooldown reduction 8%, it's not happening. Which is pretty harsh because, like, it's either 8% or bust. Right? We're at 289 now. I'm just not sure if it's worth it because, really, to get the amount of resource, you need a greater affix resource helmet, greater affix resource chest, and a greater affix resource boots. I guess the hardest one of those to get is the boots because if your Beastfall boots are not sitting at that 40, then why even bother, right? So the first thing you'd actually have to get is boots with a greater affix because they are the hardest to get. The other ones are actually really easy to get, like getting a helmet with greater affix resource and getting a pants with a chest with greater affix resource is child's play. But until you have the Beastfall boots, pretty much it's not really worth it, right? Okay, look, it's crit damage, cold damage, yeah. How much crit do we have? We're currently sitting at 37.4. Then we get bonus, 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 bonus. Okay, so we're gonna reroll the poison damage now into poison damage again. Full damage multiplier. I mean, I want crit, but look at these gloves now. They're pretty nasty. Now my question rather is, do I need to put the master work on the cooldown reduction or not? Because right now we're sitting at 14.79. This would be 15.48. Cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction. Thank you. So that's 14 versus 16, and that brings me to 15.14. And I was at 15.1 before. Let's see. See, now I don't have the... Oh, did I not put the aspect? I have the aspect of there and then aftermath. See, now we don't have the resource right now to do it. Because we're missing the crawler. Okay, yeah, now we have enough. So we should actually see the trillions now. Yep, trillions. Let's go, chat. 780. Upgraded to trillions. Very easy. Okay, good. So the new gloves are absolutely worth it. They actually work. Perfection. If I could get a better cooldown reduction on... Well, a greater affix cooldown reduction on my scoundrels. A greater affix cooldown reduction on my helmet. That could fix things even better. Because if I get a greater cooldown reduction on my helmet, I can swap the masterwork over to the critical strike damage. Right? That would be very freaking interesting. Yerber derber do, ladies and gentlemen. That would be interesting. Oh, well, Purgy, we're going to be using the second set of runes for crit. I just haven't had, you know, we just haven't had done this right now. Right? Aaron, you can have plus resource on a number of your charms, yes, but it's only plus 15 unless you have them ancestral. If you have them in ancestral, they go up to 25, which would be amazing. But for that, you need to have them ancestral and up to 25. And let's be real, that's realistically not happening. As the casual gamer, you're just not going to get this. I mean, as a super enthusiast grinder, there's a world where you might or might not finally hit that point, right? But as a casual gamer, I am sorry to say, but you're not. Okay, we did that pit 120 before, but when we did that pit 120 before, we kind of ended up with like a 10-minute clear. That's obviously unacceptable, right? So now that we have tuned and tweaked a few things, how does it feel now? Yeah, we're losing our what is it called again? Our Heart of Stone. We don't like that. Damage certainly higher. Also, I don't know if I want to play the inner calm aspect now here, or if we should be playing the marksman aspect on our amulet rather. That's the big question, right? Oh god, lightning. No one likes lightning. Lightning is gonna make Ponyhoff lose his Heart of Stone. Ponyhoff does not like losing his Heart of Stone. Alright, because we want to take them all down. Okay, we finally ascended to the trillions, but it's like single-digit low trillions, so we need to work on pushing those rupee numbers up. Timer is, though, so much faster, so we took like 10 minutes for pit 120 before, right? And with those improvements here now, we are sitting at a realistic... like 5 minutes clear for pit 120. Which should have me like speed run the pit 110 in probably under 2 minutes. Right? So these improvements are large, considering none of my glyphs is 100 yet. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, none of my glyphs is 100 yet. Yes, you heard right. We still have to work on that. Ooh, that's a bunch of annoying life-linked dudes. I mean, let's see what happens when we try to take them all down. They died easy. Azurath is bugged. That's actually not the one that's bugged. Azurath is working as intended. Rogue has a few bugged interactions that you can abuse to clear pit 150. They're also not getting fixed next patch. So if you really, really wanted to be an evil scoundrel, a scummy scumbag. So we went from a 10-minute clear to a 5-minute clear. Cool. That's nice. Quite nifty. Our marksman over on intercom. I mean, we have intercom on my amulet currently, but I'm not sure if the marksman skill would be working better than intercom. Because for intercom, you do have to be like, you know, like play like a puppet on strings, because you're just not really moving. You're just moving, you know. If that's what you want to do, then you can do that. It's annoying, just like that, right? I like the changes you made. I mean, this is definitely like a stark improvement, obviously, and it was also a simple improvement to make, right? Less than 5 minutes. So we pretty much, with the changes, weaseled out 5 minutes. That's good, right? An improvement like that is huge. See, like none of my glyphs is currently leveled to 100. First 100 glyph, ladies and gentlemen. They get the others also now in that direction. And then we're going to be even faster. So if we finish a tower 120, what would that bring us like in a leaderboard position already, Chan? Let's do a 110 just to see how quick we can run this. And look, by the way, 110 compared to 120, right? Enemies are just imploding on contact. Not even sure if it's worth it to wait like for the blips here to come, right? Because you're killing things so fast. You don't get to loot the blips. I guess still worth it. A lot of explosion. Yeah, you could probably do it in sub 2 minutes when you're just zooming harder. I mean, damage is obviously not the question, it's just picking up the blibidoo doodles. But this is a Rain of Arrows. Which is surprisingly tanky, because you're like continuously creating a barrier around you from just existing, more or less. Actually kind of cool. That is the boss, and then we're like, you're gonna okay, It's like that 2 minute pit 110. I like it. Now you could use this pit 110 to just get all your glyphs at least up to 90. Right? And that, like, obviously not just to 90. You could get an up to 100 simply. More Paragon will definitely make you strong, Frank. I mean, for current builds, like every single build I've had, I need at least 20 more Paragon points. Especially my Warlock. My Warlock is nasty, so my Warlock would be happy with 280 Paragon points. Imagine that. You know, usually some builds, you put like 220, 230 Paragon points in, and you've reached like all the damage nodes you can take from the Paragon board, right? So you've like gone for the most efficient way how to dual damage. And then it like drops off. But for my Warlock, it's like, okay, so if I have 280 points, then I actually have taken every single damage node that I would like to take, and we're finally able to focus on other things. Crazy a bit. Definitely have to also pit this against Torment 12 Mephisto today to see how the fight is going. I mean, obviously, we're just going to poop on him, but I need to know how hard we're going to poop on him, right? And as soon as you start doing trillions of damage regularly, you just know, like, you're good to go. I mean, double-digit trillions would be better, but single digit is still better than nothing. I hit 4 trillion. Highest I can do is pit 115. Taco, we just did a pit 120 and we don't hit for 4 trillion. Come on, sir. We gotta get that gameplay up. Okay. Oh, you just came. Oh, probably my favorite part. You just like go. Brat. Okay, let's see how high does this put us in the leaderboard, chat. When we get everything to 91, so not to 100. I would have preferred everything to 100, but 91 has to do right now. So let's see. What's the role as Heartseeker in this build? Pulling enemies together and triggering your set. It's actually required, because otherwise you don't get your set bonuses multiplied up, and that is terrible. Okay, pit tower 120. Let's see. How many hours on all the classes invested this season? I think we're sitting like at 60 hours roughly. We don't have that much, like not like Rob and Booty who are sitting like at 200 already. I just don't play Diablo that much, right? I like Diablo, don't get me wrong, fun game. But I really don't want to put in the hours that Booty and Rob do. That's just not what I enjoy doing. Okay, lightning mobs at the start of the dungeon, not good. Some of our streams have been like, we have played for the past 2 weeks, right? Is it 2 weeks already? No, we're in the second week now, correct? Second week. We're in the second week? We're in the second week. So yeah, 10 days. Huh. So we played every single day, but it's like 5-6 hours a day, you know? Reasonable. Oh, again, electricity mobs. Ignore. Electricity kill pony. No death by electricity, please. Still gonna develop actual tower strategies. I know I keep saying that every single time we're in the tower because I have like none, right? I just play the tower like I'll play a normal pit. Not bothering to change my behavioral patterns. Oh, is this fire, lightning, shadow going to kill me? I know, no crazy pull maneuvers or anything. I mean, then again, I don't assume the average player is doing any special pit strategies, right? Yeah, we do need to reduce our defense though, because as you can see, we die every now and then. I wonder if it's a simple question of max life, because we're sitting only at 3,400 max life. I mean, we could take some more defense from Paragon board. We could also go for specialized gems, because currently we're using Grand Diamonds. But realistically, Grand Diamonds are actually terrible, because there's only 3 elements you're really facing, right? You're facing lightning, you're facing fire, and cold is actually very few and far in between. So I guess poison would usually be better, or shadow, right? But if you take these resistances, you're better off than any of the others. Well, that was a weird backtrack in the tower. Terrible. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, up there it goes further. Holy. I am blind, chat. Look at that. Generational fumble. Just like Blizzard fumbled the latest patch notes, right? Just like a Blizzard fumbled the latest patch. Okay, so these elites I'm just going to trail with me now for a second. I don't want to run into their corrupted orbs. Okay, these elites have no interest in dying, as it seems. That's good. I'll see now that the right one died. Please come closer, sirs. So I can kill you right here. I mean, you really don't want to like fight these dudes here with shields, because they're like awkward as fuck, right? I have their shields, and then they're gonna. Could you please come like closer? And then they're gonna block like copious amounts of damage. Oh, look at this! It's a power pylon, chat. It's a power pylon. Oh god, I went wrong direction again. Power pylon, massive damage increase. Maybe they're super busy working on D5. I mean, I think we're gonna see more D4. I don't expect D5 anytime soon. I would just be really interested to see how much the latest layoffs at Microsoft did actually impact Diablo, right? Because we know Diablo has gone through some team transformations, right? I mean, almost none of the old team that you so far know of is still there. I wonder how much did that impact anything, if it did impact, right? Maybe only useless people did let go. I'm sorry, they exist. I mean, we always were hoping that like some of the people there were actually useful. I mean, looking at Adam Jackson there, he was the class designer before he got let go. Now we get the actual new class design with season 13. So I don't know, letting him go doesn't seem to have made things worse, but it also didn't really make things much better. So not sure what to make out of that. 2033 for Diablo 5. Yeah, I guess a 10-year roadmap seems realistic. I mean, you just don't put that much money into a game like Diablo 4 to just scrap it. That's just not the Blizzard way of doing things, right? I I mean, it's clearly also working because, like, we can mock Diablo as much as we want because it does deserve some mocking in between, and the team as well. But Season 13 was great. I mean, the release of Lord of Hatred, it was good. I was really excited. I mean, it's one of the most fun times I've had with Diablo so far. I mean, that obviously Season 14 is now, as we call it, a generational fumble. Like, no questions asked on the tippity top, right? I mean, seriously, what the fuck, Blizzard? I just gotta wonder if this is an even class team and uneven class team again. Because in case you didn't know this, Blizzard has 2 seasonal teams, okay? So one seasonal team is responsible for the even seasons, and one seasonal team is responsible for the uneven seasons. Now, the uneven seasons have been Season 13, the best season ever created. Right? Season 11, also relatively good. Surprisingly, Season 9, fantastic. So, like, the fumbles have happened mostly from the even season team. So does it actually suck? Right? Does the even season team actually suck? No offense? But offense? Right? Is season, like, I mean, if Season 15 is actually fired now, what am I supposed to say? Fire the uneven team? Fire the even team because it seems like completely incapable of doing their job? Why farm when PoE 1 League starts in 2 weeks? Because I'm going to be on vacation when PoE 1 League starts, and I have absolutely no interest in PoE 1. I would rather play more Diablo. And that's how desperate it is, brother. No, I really don't like PoE 1. Terrible game. Okay, we're kind of like fighting in a doorway. I'm not sure how good that is for my Rain of Arrow damage. Right, all things considered, because we're like fighting in a doorway. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what are we getting now here? We're getting 556. Woo! Okay, we gotta work on that, huh? Why don't you like PoE 1? Well, because PoE 2 is better. It should tell you everything. I mean, I like PoE 2. I don't like PoE 1. Completely different games. So, we are 120, Chan. If I now wanted to get into the... Oh, wow, that's a lot of 120s, though. Look at this. Everyone 120. Jesus Christ, there are 100 ranks of 120s. What the fuck? So, you're telling me if I'm actually able to clear 125, I would instantly be in the 250s. So, what would I have to clear reasonable to be good? So, top 100 is pit 130. Okay. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, what are we looking at here? Okay, he's using the Pelgain Azeroth combo for pushing. I see. So, in order to push harder, we need to acquire an Azeroth antecedent of Pelgain right now. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. The actual problem that comes with this is that I need a greater affix Pelgain cooldown reduction. That actually sucks, monkey balls. So, who drops Pelgain? The Beast of Eyes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, are you up for a little stupidity now? I mean, I got a couple of Pelgains, but none of them is actually good, right? They're all just a bunch of trash tier loot items here right now, as you can see. So we can just destroy these nerds. And I got one Pelgain with all damage multipliers. So, may the farming commence. I'm actually going to put one thing on. It is called my boss farm loot filter that I only use for bosses. It's literally a loot filter that blends out everything but greater affix items. Legendary, surprisingly, the normal leaderboard. Okay, so listen, chat. Every single person that does pit 150 by using a bug is a twat. Sorry. I like, fuck you guys. If you're in the chat, no offense, but fuck you. The interesting part is, it's only 3 pages of this. Okay, 3 pages. On the live server, okay, on not solo self-found, I think it's 10 pages. And in season 13, I think it was 45 pages of people bug abusing. 45 pages. So you gotta say that it's like, in this case, only the top 28 are losers, and the rest of the people are actually not that losery. Des Dingo, thank you for your subscription and support. Des Dingo, thank you for being the first Prime sub today. Appreciate it. Also, chat, if you did bring your Prime sub, don't forget to use it before you lose it. It's really the funniest part about this build against bosses. You can just pre-prepare, right? I can just rain this down ahead of time. Okay, Lair of the Beast. So we're looking for a ring, and as you can see right now, only Ancestral. I don't see anything else, right? This is what actually drops. But I literally only see the Ancestral items because I don't want anything else. If he's this alien, I'll have an eye out. Sir, my Rain of Arrows are like in the middle of the map. highly uncool behavior. We went away from the middle. We don't like that. Oh, am I not even getting a single Pell gain like that? Jeez. We thought it was such a needed feature for the game. Oh, legendary seals. I forget that. I should actually include legendary seals. Yeah, that's true. Let me see. We're still working on this loot filters. So it was show, talisman items, ancestral mythic, unique mythic, recolor. We're going to go for outer rule, show, legendary. No, show talisman items. And then, do they have a power? The legendary seals? Do they count as powered? They have 850 item power, right? Can I... No. I want to see... Oh... It's not greater affix, it's not codex upgrade, it's not ancestral. They're not ancestral. That's a bullshit, right? So it needs to be minimum 850 item power, I guess, but that's like, what is it going to show when I have that active? Is it going to show seals? Show set charms? Is it going to show seals? Item type to seal and rarity to legendary. Yeah, we could probably do that. If we go for, instead of rarity match, you go for item type and then you select seal, right? And then you go for rarity, legendary. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Almost fumbled that. If you can't kill like the Beast of Ice like right away, he always becomes annoying. Okay, so we're looking for a ring, and the ring is called the Signal of Pelgain, but we're not only looking for a ring, we're also looking for the Nemesis lair. And we're looking to fight some Belials, so it's like a little bit of everything, right? We got an Ancestral Pelgain. So looking for a little bit of everything, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, ultimately, in order to use Pelgain, you really need a Pelgain with a greater affix to cooldown. Right? Because you know what the biggest problem is? That my actual ring is insane that I'm using. Like, see, I got a very, very powerful ring here that has vulnerable damage, cooldown reduction greater affix, and critical strike damage greater affix with a crit damage multiplier. Yeah, literally has everything. What I wonder is, can you play the Azure Wrath without Pelgain and still reap benefits from it? I mean, because we're technically like freezing enemies enough, right? Could we just say screw Pelgain, play Azure Wrath, and be happy? I play softcore. I don't play hardcore, no. Yeah, a ton of Pelgain's drop, not a GA on cooldown. I mean, like, again, if I want to replace my current ring, it would have to have 2 damage multipliers, right? And I'd have to reroll the third thingy into whatsoever's to even remotely feel good. The answer is yes. You can also use the aspect that gives triple damage to Frozen. I mean, this doesn't fix my problem, though, because I now require I'll now require a good Azure Wrath, which I don't have as well. So the issue is that in order to make use of this, I also require a good Azure Wrath, and I don't also have a good Azure Wrath. But we just got 6 superior lair keys, so that's actually a nice thing. Apart from our good old friend, like, Belial not dropping us anything meaningful. Is your Druid build still good to use after the patch? It should not be in any way weaker. It should just be more consistent. However, we'll have to see how the patch just really works once it is deployed. Okay, let's keep these 3 Pelgains and be happy with it for now. Then we're going to jump over to our good old friend. Oh, wait, that ring here. Good old friend Belial. And we're going to go for some... What is Azure Wrath again? Azure Wrath was... Arctic. Second shot. It's Sunday. Someone let the weirdos out. Hardcore in games like this is ridiculous. I mean, some people like to do it. Again, I understand if you're a content creator and doing it. I always question, like, if you're a normal person that does normal person things and your decision is, hey, I'd like to play hardcore because I hate myself. Also, I hope someone beats me in the dick. I'm like, okay, cool, cool. Weird fetish to have, sir, but, like, if that's what you want to do, like, pop off, son. Right? More power to you. Well, again, I totally understand if you're doing this for you know, content. But otherwise, I will question your sanity. Actually, for this, I can go back to my normal loot filter. Because there can still be upgrades to the thingies I want to have. Bartok, sword with a greater affix. But we need a sword with a crit damage greater affix, or it sucks. Should we also like just gather Hakans just in case, Chad? But again, in order to use Hakan, it would have to be absolutely godlike. We get a sword and it's a Miserio Cord. It's not even the Azurath. Wow. I feel a certain sense of robbery, ladies and gentlemen. I feel a certain disturbance in the force because we get a Miserio Cord with a greater affix. Chest with 2 graders. I mean, that could be all resource. That's another Miserio Cord, Chad. Wow. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Good Mythic Hakan. Mythic Hakan is insane. Insane, I tell you, sir. Might be easier to farm a greater affix like thingy on a different build, on a different character. Is this build more fun to play than Death Trap? I think personal preference. Either you like spamming traps or you like to spam Rain of Arrows. I personally enjoy being my personal, like, I enjoy being a squad of archers, a one-man squad of archers that is able to absolutely just devastate everything in existence. I mean, who does not want to be a squad of archers? Do you want to be a squad of archers? I think I would like to be a squad of archers. Oh, wait. I need to teleport out and destroy things. The best way to get T-Bald's Will, you take Ancestral Pants and upgrade them to Legendary. Then you take Ancestral Pants and upgrade them to Legendary, upgrade them to Legendary, upgrade them to Legendary, until you might or might not finally have what you're looking for. The might not is a big part there. Okay, come on. See yields. See yields. I've wasted so much money today just trying to make a seal. I feel like there's going to be a better way to make a 3-to-1 seal, chat, because like making a 3-to-1 so far has been probably the biggest source of frustration, because you literally don't get it. And if you finally get it, you just remember all the money you wasted. How many superior keys we have? 2 more. Okay, what do we have here? We get one with damage over time and a shadow damage multiplier, and the other one has a shadow damage multiplier and wow, they are so useless. Okay, let's just equip this one here and see how it feels when we're playing the Azurath. With a critical strike damage temper. It's obviously terrible compared to my Respite and Dirk, but then again, my Respite and Dirk is also terrible, so yay. You know, but both of my choices here are not good. So if you're playing this without Pelgain, what aspect should we go for? I know Rook had a couple of freeze aspects. That's true. Is this the Rain of Arrows build? Well, it's a Rain of Arrows build, sir. But I'll assure you that all Rain of Arrows build have like 9 out of 10 the same skills chosen and the same Paragon boards, because there's only one way to do it with Rain of Arrows, right? It's not magically multiple ways to do Rain of Arrows, right? Only one way to pretty much do it. Dexterity. Yeah, sure. Let's go for it. Okay, what was it? We got Frozen. There is cold damage deals increased damage. Bonus is tripled against frozen enemies. Yeah. But do we put this on our amulet for the shits and giggles? Because right now we're playing intercom on the amulet, right? Do we put that on the amulet and just be like, screw it? Or do we put it on our dagger? Remember, right now we have like marksman skills, deal increased damage. This bonus increased to 78 against healthy enemies, right? So we could also put the frozen memories probably on here. Yeah, the problem is that intercom is a fixed one, so this is not against frozen. It's 111% against everyone. Okay, so with the inclusion of Azure Wrath, let's see if we can now kill 125 right away without changing anything else, right? Let's see how where that goes. So what happens now is they're going to freeze enemies. These enemies are, there is a 10 trillion hit, so the freeze explosion is definitely working. And these frozen enemies are going to soak up damage, and then they're going to explode for cold damage. And obviously, since you're pulling everyone together, that's kind of useful. Right? Which helps you to actually clear things a bit more consistent. Did I not pick up my Heart of Stone, or did I instantly lose my Heart of Stone? Oh, I'm in the tower. Oops. I thought I was doing the pit and not the tower. I mean, clearly something is working. Oh, I thought this one would give me this one would give me progression orbs, but it doesn't actually give me progression orbs. Oh, it's the 2 nerds. They're a good way to get gems now. Gem reserve in Nightmare Dungeon escalations, because you actually give you tons of things. Okay, yeah, I guess the freeze for pushing makes sense. So we're going to see like if we can do a pit 125 now. Or how fast we can do a pit 110. Because pit 110 was like 4 minutes, 50 seconds last time, right? So how much faster? 21 trillion, 24 trillion. So double-digit trillions now, chat, guy, due to the thingy. But we are dying, so this is like this is a problem. This is something we got to fix because random deathies are obviously not acceptable. When we are only dying against specific elites that do specific things, so I guess the best thing we could do is just not stand right next to them. But then again, we're pulling everything together, so it's always hard to not just stand right next to them. I think what we're going to do is Grand Jewel's lightning, Grand Jewel fire, Grand Jewel poison. Probably my way to go here. Yeah. Damage is not. Do you need to start war plans new for every character? Yeah, but it goes really quick. I mean, if you ever did war plans another time again, it's not hard. Because you're just, oh my goodness, look at these poor elites just dying. I mean, if they get like frozen together with the others, right, and you're just getting this frozen damage explosion off, it's really wrecking havoc here. That's nice to see. Cool. So war plans go way faster now because nowadays you are getting the you have like bonus XP stuff, like so the Nightmare Dungeon escalations right away, the greater hell tides, that kind of stuff. They're actually like super good for that. Okay, so those trillions look very convincing. I kind of want to see how this would play out against Belial, Belial Mephisto now. Would be actually kind of cool. Oh god, it's lightning, frozen, everything. Whoa. Yeah, ignore my deathies, Chad. But I guess the actual improvement... Oh, godness. I stepped in poison and instantly died. Why did I use poison? Because I like frost. Also, the frost, again, allows me to work with the... Oh, godness. That just killed me. So the frost allows you to go for... Well, let's just leave for a second and see what we can do defense-wise. Right? Because something's broken defense-wise. So we're doing the frost because we get... our friend, the Azurath, right? And Azurath has frozen enemies take damage after they then get frozen and explode, which is really funny. And that damage is in the trillions. Let's see if we just travel to Mephi. We're going to get Forgotten Soul the fastest way. Seasonal rank. And after the seasonal rank, it is Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And our good old friend, Heltex. Oh, goodness. Like, okay, let's just not get hit by him. I want to see the frozen damage against him. The problem is, in order to freeze him, you need to... you need to stun him. I mean, you could obviously replace here for this fight. You could go for... What is it called again? Oops. I didn't get enough barium. You could go for... Brain Sayed. So in his fight, you can go for the Respite Dirt because it's just isolated enemies, right? So it's a constant damage increase, but it doesn't go for this like super damage booster that you get when you get him frozen. Aha, this time you're not getting me with your explosion. So now let's get him frozen so I can see the damage. So when we get him frozen, thank you very much. And then we unlash into him, right? And he just breaks. More. The biggest issue right now is that Mephisto is tiny, which means he's not taking the full damage from every single thing. Now that Mephisto becomes bigger... Oh, he's down here. Shit, I thought he was in the middle already. So now he becomes bigger, so he gets like hit by more arrows, and then in the final phase, he's like actually even bigger, which means he gets hit by even more arrows. Okay, good. Damage is there, but defense is not there. So we're gonna fix that. It's like the only thing that we got going on right now where I say that's weak. I wonder if for pushing, ladies and gentlemen, it would be better to use Thol to get bonus freezes off. Do you feel that last 05 seconds on the Roa? No. I mean, would it be better if I had that, like if I didn't have that? Yeah, yes. But I don't have a single cooldown thingy going on for that right now. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna freeze. We're gonna freeze again. Sorry, we have the maximum. Oh god, it's the dude. It's the dude with the whirly blade, Chad. It's the dude with the whirly blade. I don't know what it is with the whirly blade guys, right? But I just almost instantly die to them every single time. Whatever they got going on, it is very uncool and no one likes it. Dude with the whirly blade, no one likes you. So we did this pit here in 5 minutes already. Why are we keep fighting the guy with the whirly blade? Because reasons. Look at the timer. We're almost done. So that's great. I want my Heart of Stone back. Thank you very much. Ignore whirly blade, guys. So we went from 5 minutes to 2 minutes clear. Interesting. And this is without Pelgain, because the problem is, again, in order to use Pelgain, I'd have to get a perfect one. Why is Pelgain so important? Well, so Pelgain would say that if you freeze an enemy, right, that enemy would take more damage from you for every second he's been frozen, and that permanently. So obviously, if you're then fighting like against whatever enemy in higher pits, and you're sticking to them for a couple of seconds, then having them take more damage forever is quite useful, especially since you kind of freeze on contact.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
You can imagine how useful that is. Okay, without the deathies, I guess I could finish a pit 120 in 3. Yeah. Reasonable. Oh god. Said anything about deathies, huh? Instantly trying to kill myself. Oh god. Come on. You were supposed to jump over that. Okay, well, we're not leaving this, Chad. We're just finishing it right here, right now. Because this is the Rogadoodle. Come on, I don't want to leave this. I want to like just kill the dudes that are here so we can get the boss. Thank you very much. So how's the boss now? So we're gonna stun him, right? And now we're gonna do like the damage because he's now frozen. Okay, so stunned is frozen, chat. In case you didn't know this, obviously stunned is frozen, which means that at the end of the freeze, he's taking like that. Frozen damage all compacted right into his face. Which means you're going to try to freeze him again and then just absolutely unlash into him. And then see like he exploded. Did you see how he exploded, Chad? That was like a, I don't know, 200 trillion damage explosion or something like that. But because why not? Okay, with this, I could realistically level up my glyphs super quick, all to 101 at least. What's Heartseeker for? Heartseeker is to trigger your set. We mastered all equipment CDR, so we got CDR up here, but it's only 8%. This is like probably my weakest CDR source currently. I would have to go back to the focus reroll drawing board to get this up to a 10er. But I'm not going to do that, right? Right now, what I need is a resource chest piece. So that's actually what's missing, realistically. I mean, missing, obviously. Sapphire. Function. I don't think I have a chest piece with maximum resource. I got helmets, right? I don't have a chest piece with it. That's alive. That's live. Essence, live. Oh, also one thing to consider, right? If you're actually transfiguring these items, what might come out of this? So what I have to do right now is I have to gamble like chest armors. And hope to get one that has maximum resource, because that is instantly going to be more damage. But it also allows me to play a cooldown reduction helmet. See, but getting a maximum resource chest piece is not hard. It just takes time. But considering that you have like so many obols, it's literally just like how many obol chests can you gamble until you finally have it. It's not a question of will you ever get it. You will get it inevitably. Azurath is Respin is better than Azurath versus bosses. Yeah, but when you're pushing the pit, then the boss damage is the least thing that you need, right? Because the Azurath is so much better for getting to the boss. So yes, the Dirk is great for boss killing, but the Dirk is not the Dirk is great for boss killing, but it's not great for pushing through the pit. Is it possible to roll greater affixes in the cube? Nope, that's impossible. Imagine it was possible. Just think about it for a second. So let's assume you could roll greater affixes in the cube. That would be horrible. Because it means that you would now have to roll so many times until everything is a greater affix. So you would never not be happy with just normal affixes. You would only be happy if it is a greater one. And I don't think that sounds like fun. When you think about it for a second. But just try to imagine it. Like the actual effort of rolling then. Big no-no for me, personally. Okay, remember what I said, that it shouldn't be a problem to actually get yourself greater affix to resources, and then I proceeded to never get that one. So, it's still easy, but I'm just very unfortunate, I guess. Best place to farm Scatter Prism Legion events? But I could really not tell you because I have never had a Scatter Prism issue. You could go for the buttering and get yourself the salvage material. But there's also, on top of salvage material, I think there is like socket materials or some augment materials. Augment materials actually does give you Scatter Prisms, if I'm not mistaken. Damn, I'm just keeping these armors here. So what is my like tankiness even say here? So we are sitting at 70. Wow, this is the most recent. This is the most resistance I've had from everyone. To care to tell me why we're having such deathy problems then when I actually have all the resistances? Chat. Okay, I could probably take this max life node here. And when I say I could probably, then I should probably. If I connect these two and then make my way up here. That almost counts. Right? Means I can go out here to just tap into that. I'll have to do that at times. I have to get enough strength to activate this one, and then I get the full bonus of this. So we're actually missing a few strength points, which is kind of funny when you think about it. I could probably weasel out a few strength point on traveling, right? You can always check, like, see if I go over the left side instead of the right side here. I can weasel out strength. If I wanted to. Over there, you can weasel out a strength point. Go over there, you can weasel out another strength point. So that gives you the, like, almost here. We need a few more. One more. That one needs intelligence, so we can't do more. We get the strength there. Just one more. Here, instead of willpower. And then you get this. Oh no, one more here. Ta-da. Ta-da! And now we got here the 42% bonus. Very good, very good, very good. Nice. I like it. This one activated. We still wanted to have the damage to healthy enemies. So where were we stuck? All stats would also be helpful, right? If you get all stats on a single amulet. Surprisingly good and not that bad. We were making a chest piece with maximum resource and we never got it. I remember. We were making this and we actually never got it. Cool. Crossbow, damage over time, useless. How are you supposed to farm Mephisto keys? You're not supposed to farm Mephisto keys. You're supposed to get like super lucky and then be happy that you can actually kill Mephisto. But you're never supposed to farm the key. So yeah, tankiness. We were tanky. We got the cooldown resource, max life, dexterity. And we get armor, max life, armor. Well, we should have armor on this one probably. That would help a lot. The barrier generation, I remember on my pans, we actually were taking barrier generation instead of keep re-rolling because I didn't want to throw away more money. But we were actually looking for armor. But we just, for the love of God, couldn't get armor because it seems like that armor is totally impossible to hit, right, ladies and gentlemen? Why would you ever hit armor? I mean, seriously. Poison resistance. Physical resistance. So, I'm still looking for armor. See, I just rolled away so much and we're not, there's no armor on these pair of pants. Finally. So with that armor, we are at least pushing up to 2-2, right? What I wonder is if I just want to kick out the 30% damage reduction aspect. Okay, so now 125. We talked about it. Is it possible to get iconic mythics in Nemesis dungeons? It is possible. To get my stacks up, and then we're going. Definitely smarter to get these up beforehand, by the way, because then you already have it, right? When you're then starting the pit, the tower, I mean, you already have your frenzy charges stacked up, because who wants to do this afterwards? Please, everyone, just get pulled in together in the middle. That would be far too kind. Oh, nice. We got these dudes that are crackling soul. Totally wish to fight more of these. But did you actually try to kill the Gobby? You try to freeze him, then kill him? I mean, technically, you could try to pull him together with other dudes, right? Because if you pull him together with other dudes, then everyone gets frozen again, and then he gets exploded by everyone around. So that's realistically a good thing. The only problem is he's moving around, so he actually moves out of my arrow storm. Let's see. So we finished spot 500, ladies and gentlemen. We should be able to get higher, right? We currently have almost 200 energy. I don't know where the rest... so, like, you want a greater affix on your helmet. Greater affix on your helmet is 40. Your amulet can have 20. Your chest can have 20 as well. And then you obviously want to masterwork it. You can have your charms, sir. So your charms can have bonus energy as well. If you're just shy of finishing the whole thing, right? If you're just shy of having what you need, then I heavily recommend just go for charm. Just get one charm that gives you like 15 to 20 energy, and that's going to do it for you. Oh god, lightning. If I just keep them on distant, right, it should work out. Oh god, no, lightning. I would do it again. I regret nothing. Oh god, I didn't hit the cooldown. I didn't hit the cooldown. Playing LOL Kids Gameplay Pathing Exile 2. I mean, sir, not only did you start your sentence with LOL Kids Game, you also couldn't even write Path of Exile 2 correct. So I'm not sure how serious I can take your claim now, right? Because clearly you're not even able to spell, correct? Maybe try again. Like, come in here, say hi, my name's Dave. Nice to meet you all. And then we can be friends. Alternative don't. Right?
Most impressive, but there's more to be done.
Okay. Yeah, look at that. We just like the actual Azure Wrath really is so much more efficient for pushing. I mean, obviously I would have to now get my glyphs leveled up so we could be reasonably doing things. Oh, shit. I need to communicate with the waifu because my children could be getting hungry. We have no cooking at home. We need to order. Yes, it's Germany and Sunday chat. We don't have stores open. I know, third world country. I'm sorry. And no stores open. No food. Need to order food. Such a shame. Gonna have to order from that very nice Greek place around the corner. Super unhappy about, very frustrated about that. Very frustrated. Oh man. Like, I really don't want that Greek, terrible, terrible Greek food. Super mad right now. For Warlock, is Apocalypse best? No, Apocalypse was best, but oh, that 40 trillion chat. Let's go. You know what I like the most about playing Azure Wrath? Like actually seeing the enemies get frozen and then seeing them explode. It's kind of cute. Okay, let's see how much damage we can do to him now after the freeze. No, that was a tiny bump. Let's bump him harder. So we're going to freeze you again, sir. Boop, boop. Restore my ferocity. Oh, he hit me. He hit me with something. Oh, God, no. Oh, pain. Oh, dead. Let's do that again without getting frozen. Do ferocity restored. Ferocity restored. Okay, so you go lightning zip at me. I don't like that. We pretty much wasted our one freeze for nothing. Oh my lord. That lightning is chunky. See, this is why I say, like, instead of playing an all resistance, you just want to play a lightning resistance specific. That would be good. He actually forced me to dodge damage. Freeze him another time. Oh, gone. Ah, finally we're doing proper damage to him. I genuinely wonder if he just stood in a shitty position there. Like, right? Like, come here. Come out of your corner for a second, sir. Let's get him out of that corner because it feels like he's not taking the appropriate damage there in that corner. So let's see. I'm also taking like way too much damage from him. Okay, so we could blast through the pit appropriately, but actually, like, for the 125, we're not having the boss damage yet, ladies and gentlemen. See, this is where you would like to have the Signet of Pelgain, when you think about it. Because we have frozen the guy now how many times, right? And if you then had the Signet of Pelgain, he would take the more damage, okay? So, like, surely you have this triple damage aspect when he's frozen, which is good, obviously, against normal enemies. But if you now wanted to kill that dude properly, you need to play the Signet of Pelgain for the... Here, this one, right? My issue is, this is 14% increased damage each second they're frozen, which is insane. But, obviously, we don't have this, and I don't want to put away this ring. I'll feel very well, Mr. Stark, because this ring is so beautiful. But I can't take away the other rings, so I obviously do need my Pelgain. But I do also need the cooldown reduction on this ring. So the problem is, what are we gonna do? Well, what we could do is we could take this beautiful glove here, and we could just transfigure it and hope that we get a huge chunk of quality bonus. That would actually fix some of my things. I mean, what means fix, but like we'll see. Ha! 7 quality. See, we got better cooldown reduction, chat. 4,000 IQ gameplay, as always. Actually, we could transfigure this one too and see what happens. I kind of like to do that. Yeah. Oh no, I remember something about this amulet. Thank you for reminding me, Chan. Because this amulet still has the all damage multiplier, and we actually wanted to reroll it until we were hitting the crit damage multiplier. The problem is I don't have the money to do that right now. So we can't actually transfigure that. Could you make the Ring a charm instead? No, because we're using the Gladiator's Triumph that says first direct damage you deal an enemy is guaranteed critical strike. When a marksman skill first critical strikes, it gains 120% increased damage, and you gain 1 overpower. This can stack up to 4 over your maximum overpower. It's giving you overpower stacks, and it gives you just a nice chunk of damage bonuses. So you really want to have the Gladiator's Triumph. It just makes no sense to not go for that, right? But it also means that we just really require the Pelgain. You know what? I need money. First and foremost, let's get money. Why does my toughness on my armor go down when I use the cube? What do you mean when you use the cube? I don't understand. I mean, you have generally less toughness in town than you have outside of town. So when you want to look at your toughness, you always need to look at your toughness when you're outside of town. That's very important because, like, inside town, your combat toughness effects don't apply. So you're always going to have less. Just FYI, in case you didn't know that. I wonder if there is a better way to trigger the Frost Nova then playing the Sur rune, because the Sur rune seems quite limiting. I mean, if I play... Why not Zan? Yeah. Right? Does this have an internal cooldown we can't, like, kind of hit? Because if I trigger the Frost Nova more often... Oh, triple greater affix helmet, guys. And it's nothing. Nothing. You die in seconds on tier 12? No, I'm good. I mean, you need 2 damage reductions. Helmet damage reduction, which would be basic skill damage reduction. And Pants also gives you a damage reduction chunka-dunka. So they do work pretty well for what we're doing here. But I need the cooldown reduction. When I could go back to my gloves with cooldown reduction, but they would do less damage, technically. Okay, please, gold, Vile Splendor, diamond, and nothing. Wow. It's a material reserve. I need material as well. So I see a lot of play Rain of Arrows max resource on the amulet. I'm trying to understand why. Is it because we have more plus on the charms? I mean, max resource on the amulet is just literally if you can't hit it. Otherwise, it's just an option. So I wouldn't necessarily say max resource on the amulet is better as max resource anywhere else. I mean, optimally, you would have greater affix resource chest piece, greater affix resource helmet, because those are the two easiest sources of greater resource to hit, right? But the amulet is just bonus. I mean, you gotta also consider that having resources multiplier. Okay, so the more resource you have, the more multiplier you get. I have 234 resource. That's 234 resource times 0.75. Right? That's quite the damage multiplier. So if you have now 280 resource, and you can actually restore 280 resource as well, insane damage multiplier as well. If you can then restore that much. If you can't restore that much, well, obviously useless, right? One enemy remains. At least only one. I think most people just display resource on amulet just to make it clear that that's an option where you could get resource, right? I mean, I don't play resource on amulet as well. I went for all skills. All skills is actually a really simple thing to reach. So my amulet now has cooldown, crit chance, all skills, and obviously crit damage multiplier. And those 3 ranks to all skills are really nice for the overall damage of the... The 300 energy version, yeah, but the 300 energy version will never be reached by the casual player, sir. I mean, even if I went for now resource on my amulet, right? That would be 20 more on the amulet. That would bring me up to 254. If I then also go for resource on my chest piece, that's 6 more, so we're 260. If I then get a greater affix on my Beastfall boots, it would be 269. And then I would have to get an ancestral charm, another ancestral charm, which would bring me up to 279. And then I would have to get another ancestral charm with max roll and resource. Yeah. And then I'd finally have it. Doesn't sound like something that's going to happen left, right, and center, right? The worst part is, since I'm playing this one, I'm playing the Gladiator's Triumph, right? So what I would have to do right now is I would have to make 10 Gladiator's Triumphs until I finally get one either with marksman skills or resource. I mean, that's anyways like the worst part to push this, right? So if you want to grind it out, that's what you would have to do. Keep making yourself triumphs. The only advantage I can see is, as you save, you can move away from all the cooldown reduction greater affixes. I mean, you still need some cooldown reduction, but you can move away from the cooldown reduction greater affixes. Because obviously you can then move the greater affixes over to the resource. So definitely an advantage I can see. And we can roll on our amulet for... We can roll on our amulet for resource. It should be possible. The problem is, since we don't have a max rolled... Since we don't have a max rolled aftermath aspect, I don't think we'd actually restore enough resource. Which is the real sadness, right? So, like, because for 300 resource, you also need a aftermath aspect in very well rolled. And then enough ranks on... Enough ranks on marksman to make it work. Let's see if we can reach that today. I mean, we still have some time. We've now streamed for 3 hours, 23 minutes. There's time, chat. There's time. We just need to gather money now because we're broke as fuck right now. I mean, luckily, this build is good for speedrunning things and speed farming stuff. I always enjoy builds that have multi-purpose, right? That are not just, like, good at one thing. Like, I can do multiple fun things with this. Lair keys, yeah. So just get a max rolled aftermath. Jawohl, Everin. I shall obey. Just get all the obolts in the world and you're good to go. Now we froze him before things worked, and I think that broke him, Chad. I mean, it just prevented him from actually taking damage. That was so weird. Right now, a friend here, Astaroth, couldn't actually take any damage for the longest time because he was like very frozen in place. Yeah, that was weird. Give me everything. And bye. So, what do we got here? God, the terrible helmet I remember. Terrible helmet that was actually not terrible. That's kind of like terrible, but you know, not terrible, but terrible.
Taken apart. Met down.
So I was hoping to get gold out of this. We got exactly nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Getting gold is obviously overrated. Okay, next Nightmare Dungeon. I hope that one brings gold for us. Ein, zwei, drei, vier, fünf. Ein, zwei, drei, vier, fünf. Ein, zwei, drei, vier, fünf. Oh, this one actually just start with a gold reserve, or did I see that wrong? Yep. So the intriguing part is they can start with a gold reserve, then they can roll into a gold reserve, and then they can roll into a gold reserve again. The best I've gotten so far was 4 gold reserves in a row, spread across 2 ancestral, 2 dungeons, right? But nonetheless, 2 gold reserves, 4 gold reserves. And that gave me a grand total of like 600 million. Allow me to have some more fun throughout the day, right? Problem is, if it's the first one as a gold reserve, it's like only 6 or 7 million per chest. Oh, that's terrible. While if it's the second one and the third one, it's 10 to 14 million. This is like 7 million. Ugh. At least this one does have a sufficient high amount of chests. Gotta be happy about that.
My savior. Wouldn't have made it.
Let's check if we've been missing a chest. I'm so brokey that I actually have to check it, right? Good morning, official team Lucid. Good to see you there. And now, if the resurrected Malice gets respawned from my Nightmare Dungeon choices, right? He drops the big gold chunk, but then if he gets respawned, he drops the big gold chunk again. Okay, material reserve, equipment delve, and Vile Splendor. You know what? Let's take Vile Splendor because we can. Danrig, by the way, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Pink Rob, thank you for your sub as well. This Dingo again for the 10 months. And Queen Avanaria. Jesus Christ, I had that completely wrong. Thank you for the 5 gift subscriptions. Happy Sunday support to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've been having a good Saturday as well. And you're excited for that Tuesday patch. I'll say I am still deeply disappointed. The patch is not super horrible, but it's also not what I was expecting for that long time of a patch, right? Especially with the lacking amount of communication we have been getting from Blizzard in that regard. So call me mildly disappointed. Mildly disappointed. I mean, maybe the week 2 or week 3 patch is going to be good. Just missing is like any proper response from Blizzard. Like about like, we understand that this season sucks. Objectively. So we're going to apply these and these fixes to make it suck less. Oh, we'll go a long way. The new Assassin's Creed is out. Well, the new Assassin's Creed is an old Assassin's Creed. That's just a remake, even though it was remade beautifully. But no, I'm not a fan of Assassin's Creed. It's not my franchise. I also don't have any nostalgia. So that's a path for me. But more power to people that actually seem to love it. I mean, I have more eyes on Pell World than the latest Assassin's Creed. I'll admit. I think Warlock or Necro is better this season. Necro has Summoner and Bloodwave. Powerful, fun builds. With Warlock, you have a couple of different options. All also fun, powerful. They're pretty equal this season, to be honest. Not too much of a difference. Obviously, we would get the double boss respawn when there's nothing on the line. If you're looking for pit finishes, you got Warlock being at 135 and you got Necro being at 133. So it's not like there is a big difference between these two. They seem rather similar-ish. Season itself isn't bad. I don't think that's the season itself not being bad. I do believe we get like the actual season 13 changes are really what carries this, right? Lord of Hatred, the actual DLC is fantastic. When I am digging my war plan still. It was so much fun to play around with war plans this time. What I'm really looking forward to is the Death Toll Chamber changes, because right now it's completely useless to go to the Death Toll Chamber. There's absolutely no reason to go into the Death Toll Chamber, right? You're better off ignoring that the Death Toll Chamber even exists. But that does actually change with the patch, so that's kind of cool. It's going to be worth it that the Death Toll Chamber actually exists. And that's great, you know, when a seasonal mechanic makes you actually want to do the seasonal mechanic and not just completely ignore it. Can't decide. Tried Whirlwind Bar, but the class is not for you. I mean, you could have done Charge Bar, but yes, Barbarian is specific. I also still can't get over the fact that you have 4 aspects. I think it's just silly. See, that was 2 gold reserves now, chat. 225 million. Up and beyond. Let's hope that the boss gets respawned, because that's going to be a big infusion of money. So Brute number 1, please Brute number 2 as well. Come on, come on, come on. And we're sitting at 291 Barbarians. Unique spoiled, let's go. What the build you're running? Rain of Arrows with Cold, and currently also the Cold Explosion variant. Does Astaroth get off the mound? and have him actually be able to take damage before he gets frozen in time and space again. Then freeze him and... Oh, Kickstar just randomly comes. The Helltide Assassin was like, don't forget about me. Okay, I need the gloves. Oh, Kickstarter's not dead. Sorry. Brother Bear. You have a plan for this build? No. Is the progression similar? No, Rogue is different to Warlock and Necro. It has a lot to do with breakpoints and combo playstyle. So we get ourselves a Fist of the Iron Rose and we get Gladiator's Triumph right now. So we're gonna like turn both of these Gladiator Triumphs into something that we want to work with. Then we're gonna have to break down everything else because nothing else makes sense. Actually, let's keep that Bloodman idle for 100 times. We're gonna take the charms that we don't need. Charm. Umbacrew, Vendigo, Mother's Embrace, Godslayer Crown, Penitent Grease, and Thousand Eye Reaver. Oh, it needs to be Ancestral, I forget. These Gladiators' Triumphs needs to be Ancestral, I forgot. Oh god, no. Life's hard. I forgot that part. When he had a hot minute. Cutthroat skill, it's useless.
Ancients, watch over this one.
No +1. No +1. Okay, so we're back with some money. What we could do is take the amulet. Reroll that all damage into... So like you could do maximum resource here now. That would already be 24. Now I could get that up to 34. We're currently sitting at 258, correct? But we're missing. So I would have to now get, like we're currently sitting at 28 Rain of Arrow ranks, correct? I would either have to get the Gladiator's Triumph with maximum resource, or I would have to get any of the others. So I would have to now roll this one. Until you hit maximum resource, which could obviously take forever. You never know. Due to marksman skills. See, no maximum resource. Very sad. Very sad. The Linta only has 2 ranks. Good to know. That's why I said we could get the Gladiator's Triumph with maximum resource. That would help. Because otherwise we're not getting there. Oh, I wanted to also get a Beastfall Boots with a higher roll to maximum resource, right? Which one was Beastfall Boots? This is Endariel, right? Endariel. Beast. How many greater lair keys do we have right now? 9. Oh, let's do that for a second. How important is it to get glyphs leveled to 150? I mean, it is completely unnecessary. So I, for example, do a pit 120 right now, and I can do a pit 130. If I can do a pit 130, I'll rank all my glyphs up to 125, but not bother about going further. Okay? Because upgrading further is just an act in futility and really annoying to do. So it's super not worth it. And again, quite annoying. And you really don't want to stuck with that annoying, because honestly, it's like beyond annoying. I mean, each to their own, right? Whatever floats your boat, my friend. But I really cannot recommend even remotely trying to get in the direction of 150. I mean, most rogues that go for 150 currently are just using the bugged version of the build to upgrade their glyphs to 150. But that's like whatever. Is Rain of Arrows Rogue stronger than Heartseeker Rogue? I'm not aware that there is an actual Heartseeker Rogue build, but I might just be unaware. So there's a world where I am just unaware. Feels like that she's so slim, she barely takes any damage from our Rain of Arrows. Right? She's like, and Dariel is tiny. And she doesn't take any damage. At least that's what it feels like. A helm with a greater affix. That was only helms. Did you just get only helms from this? I did. Chan. Bunch of helms. But when he beast fall boot. You poisoned me. Now she died this quick. Yeah, from 51 to 100 is 66% damage increase. From 100 to 150 is 33. Exactly. I mean, is it worth it still? Yes, sure. I mean, getting there to that point does not hurt your character, but like, do you really want to? Bother. I recommend to level up like into a 5 range of your possible pit. So again, if you can do pit 120, do 115 glyphs. If you can do pit 130, do 125. Because getting in this 5 level range is very simple, very easy, very fun. But then just becomes more and more annoying by the second. Oh, hey, that's pretty good. My general recommendation. So you're not burning out. After I finished my season journey on software, I was thinking to try an HC Soul Saffron gameplay. What would you think is the best, safest class? I'm the wrong one to ask that, because I don't really care about playing safe. You know me. I play like a monkey and just bang my head against the wall. If I would have to go for hardcore, probably Necromancer, because if you play a Summoner Necro, it's really easy to stay alive. If you play the safe variant. I mean, Rogue is generally also very tanky this season if you then go for more tankiness instead of more damage. Also something to consider. So yeah. Rogue can definitely be played more tanky than offensive. That's for sure. This reminds me. Huh. I weasel out one bonus resource. I weasel out one bonus resource. So I could move the GA now, technically, from the cooldown reduction over to the maximum resource. And if I do move that GA, I would be sitting at 33, I think. So I get 9 more, which would bring me up to 268. But it wouldn't get me closer to 300. For 300, I'd have to have this one definitely as greater affixed. Do you prefer this, a rogue build, or your druid build? Currently the rogue, but simply because oh no, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to go pit. Currently the rogue, but simply because I don't know how the druid will come out of their patch. I mean, they had a very inconclusive way what they wrote about the shepherd's aspect. And we're not entirely sure if the storm interaction will exactly be the same or how much different it actually will be, right? Wolfie, congratulations on the Mage Blood. I've never owned one personally. I should get my 16 ferocity stacks before I start. Not sure if I even want to kill this guy. Technically, like, unnecessary because he's not standing in masses of opponents. Like, I always want my opponents to be, like, pulled together, right? My opponents are pulled together. So we're getting the biggest damage gain. I wish the game had a thumbs up gear filter. Half the time I'm playing, I'm sorting through drop gear. I mean, you can have gear drop exactly with the affixes you want gear to drop. You can have gear drop exactly with the stuff you like only show what you want to. And the loot filter is sophisticated enough to allow you to set that up properly. There's surprisingly a lot you can do with that. I'm actually surprised that Blizzard did not screw up the loot filter. Believe me, I expected them to. But for some reason, that one they get right. Not sure mythics aside. Well, if you're going for like too many rules and that breaks the loot filter, then that's that. Not even still sure how that not showing mythic bug happened. I never had it personally happen to me, but maybe because my loot filter only has 3 rules or 4 rules maximum instead of 25. I know 15 is the limit. Got up. You made one good for the Spiritborn Poison. I mean, I use my one filter for every single build. My filter is universal. That's a lot of progression orbs from just like a few dudes just sitting together there, right? Okay, well, one of these elites is just absolutely abhorrent for me right now. Bye. And one thing I noticed for the pushing version here right now is my berry creation is lower because we're currently not playing the Quay rune. Also the reason we're bleeding in tankiness. Now I could just not play the Gar rune. I guess this is like my simple solution for this. Right, let's just put out the Gar rune and just have the Quay rune back up so I can just choose my tankiness once again. Yeah, the freeze with the procking of the Thul rune is now working vastly better. So last time we didn't play the Thul rune in this one. And we did like crowd control the dude. But we didn't crowd control it as hard as we could, potentially. Now with the bonus crowd control, it's good. 169 trillion, let's go, chat. We definitely need the Signet of Pelgame, for sure. For like further pushes. I mean, you could do it without the Signet of Pelgame, but I feel like, you know, we already frozen him like now 3 times. So that would be like another 240% damage you would take from the Signet, right? That kind of makes sense. That's a 125 clear. Makes me happy. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, fünf, sechs, sieben. See, almost everything to 101. And after getting it to 101, I should speedrun 120s to just get the rest also up, because that would be like the easiest way. Your instant salvage legendary gear. Yeah, the only reason I pick up legendary gear is just for salvage materials at this point. No other reason. Can this build clear 150 easy later on? There is no rogue that clears 150, Austin. The only 150 clear is buck abusing builds. It's crazy to me how often in the comments I see like, oh man, your build ain't that good. It doesn't even clear 150. And it's like, people, you're not meant to clear 150. Never. The only reason you clear 150 is because something is bugged, overtuned, or broken. You do not clear 150 because your build is actually good or you're doing something amazing or you just got lucky gear-wise, right? That just doesn't happen in Diablo. Like, it's like Diablo did not do the players a favor by leaving a lot of bugs work in during Season 13, because this now created a very, how do I say this now? It's created a very unstable look at what pit tier is possible, right? Because people actually believe they're supposed to clear 150. When the intention has actually been that 150 will always be the aspirational tier and technically never cleared. But since now we had those 150 clears so thoroughly last season, people for some reason believe that they should be clearing 150s, right? Oh, Austin, I didn't take anything personally. It's just like an interesting observation I have now since season 13 is out. It obviously comes often from people that haven't played in a while and just don't know what to expect clear-wise, right? So currently, as an advice, if you're looking for a build, if you find something that can clear pit 120, that is a good build. A build that can clear pit 120 it's a fantastic build. Because pit 120 is actually challenging. It's also challenging in decent gear already, correct? So you're not going to get pit 120 on one ass cheap. Unless your build is obviously a little bit open to, but still. So 120 is usually a good benchmark to look for. If you see someone having like okay gear and he can actually do that, that's amazing. Right? If someone is godlike gear to do 120, you know, like what the fuck? Thing is that 120 is also nothing special because 120 can actually be cleared with relative few gear, right? Also, you can get like 3 minute 120 clears. But then when you try to like a 125 or 130, like the amount of gear bonus that you actually need to reasonably do that is crazy. But if you're just looking at the HP of this boss here right now compared to the 125 boss that we have been like fighting before, it's like insane to me how crazy bonus tanky 125 bosses are, right? Ow. So I should not go for the stupid bug build because I had no idea it was a bug, Austin. I mean, there are 150 finishers, and if you want to reproduce the bug and finish 150 because you feel great doing so, then you should do that. You know, there's like, if you ever wanted to clear 150, now is your chance. Because that bug will get fixed maybe at some point, and then you'll never be able to do a 150 again. There's even a title for clearing pit 150, so if you actually want to have that title, well, you know what you have to do now. And no one can tell you what you need to do. It's all up to yourself. Why are we pushing max resource higher than the breakpoint? Does it give you more damage, Katie? Beastfall Boots. When you cast non-channeled ultimate skill, it consumes all your energy and deals 0.75% increased damage per energy consumed. If you consume 260, that's more damage than 230. If you can then go back to the 260 completely, right? That's why pushing max resource higher is actually something that you can do. I wonder. If I change that over to cooldown reduction, remove the ring, I'll go for my Signal of Pelgain. That's not too terrible. Replace the maximum life. Cooldown reduction, but I need it at 8%. Ta-da-dee, ta-da-ta. Wait, before we roll further, let's see if 6% cooldown reduction could actually be enough already. Build better than Death Trap. I don't know where Death Trap stands pit-wise right now, my friend. It's more fun than Death Trap, that's for sure. But more fun might not necessarily be something you're looking for. Okay, come on now. Greater Affix. I'm running out of Forgotten Souls, okay? I'll finally start to run out of those. Cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction. Thank you. So if I now put this one on over the other ring, which has 16 and 9, and this one has 12 and 7.5, we are sitting at 15.45. Yeah, 15.45 ain't happening, so I really need to get this up to a higher value of cooldown reduction. And that's goodbye, my money again. An alternative, let's see. We fix that for now. We're gonna have to put on my old pair of gloves that are where? It's a pair of gloves somewhere. I'm pretty sure I didn't trash those. Yeah, they're here. Right, so this brings me at 15.18. Now we have the Signet of Pelgain, right? I want to try out like the Pit 125 with the Pelgain. What would be a good duo for Barb to push some pits? I always play alone. I have never played this game with anyone together. Apart from farming. Okay, what just happened there? Why did you not get me the cooldown? Oh, Aftermath. I am missing Aftermath. Oops. Ignore me, ladies and gentlemen. I made a mistake because I forgot to put on the aspect of the Aftermath on the right slot. Oops. Crazy part about doing this is that you're also losing the 111% of bonus damage from intercom. So you would get this like this damage multiplier every single time someone gets frozen and then frozen and frozen. You also lose the damage multiplier from intercom, which really makes the full Pelgain combo only good for pit pushing. Those dudes have been frozen now like 2 times. Which means they 2 times already started to take bonus damage. I wanted to go for my berry again. Oops. Chat. Come here, come here. You little nerds. And now come here. That one guy's not coming, chat. He refuses. They also have shields. They're very annoying to kill. Not really worth the effort here. a build guide for this build? Not yet. That one will be created tomorrow once I figured out which version I now enjoyed the most. I mean, for normal gameplay, I really don't think we need the freezy, but the so for normal gameplay, I would probably play the version with Azure Wrath, but without Pelgain, because it's fun to see the big frozen damage numbers, right? There's nothing wrong about that. Like you hurt enemy, see big frozen damage numbers, and you just get excited because big frozen damage numbers, right? Oh god, reprisal chat. Reprisal. What's reprisal? Well, it's the thing where they throw damage back at you. Super not convenient. Super not fun. Especially with my amount of barrier that we're currently making. Does the big one have reprisal too? The big one has reprisal too, Chad. No wonder I'm getting myself killed. Yeah, I want to kill him though. Triple Herald, Kaimana. I would probably go for flat stats currently. Wait, that one has reprisal as well. Okay, how many of you do want to have reprisal, Chan? Raise your hand. I mean, one single one is already too much, right? Because usually when they have reprisal, I just leave. Well, this is the most horrible thing that could have happened to me. We just get ourselves killed over again. But let's swap our crit out now, because we're currently playing the Gar rune for crit, okay? But the problem with the Gar rune for crit is that unnecessary, technically, because we do have enough crit. And we're going to swap in the Queer rune, so we get like the Queer now, and that should work. Didn't Blizzard hot patch the bug very recently? Nope. Fura. The bug can still be done. But Blizzard trying. See that now our barrier is even more reliable. Pretty much just have to spam, and since we're always use up all our essence globe, the pocket root is like really good for this. I mean, technically I could have also, instead of spam essence globe, I could have gone for the use your ultimate skill, right? But both of these are good. But it just literally creates another layer of defense that's just super easy to overspam. And especially activates extremely quick over and over and over again. That does lose me critical strike chance. However, when I hit my enemies with my dash, then they take bonus damage. If I activate my conceal, I get bonus crit chance. So I'm sitting like at over 50% crit chance anyways. I mean, more is obviously more, don't get me wrong, but if more means I die, then how is more even useful? So right now, you notice how much tankier we are? No, we're not going to chase that goblin. Ain't nobody got time for that. I see they have reprisal again, chat. You know what that means? We're going to die. Unless my actual barrier over preparation is now working the way it's supposed to. And we're somewhat tankier. Still annoying, though. We know, like, you notice how easily we have died last time and now how easy we stay alive. So I guess 125 we can definitely get in check. But I wonder, after we've cleared 125, in order to go deeper, I would probably require 300 energy. Because the damage gain you get from that is like too significant. Because 300 energy is also like then instead of 225, it's 75 energy per more. So that's alone a 50% damage multiplier. If you then had the boots in Mythic, that would be 100% damage multiplier. That's all a little bit, right? That's a significant increase in power. Then we're gonna kill this lowly fool here. Everyone pull together, everyone, instant death. And when you pull people together and then like the first frost explosion usually just shreds them all right away. Especially with these elites. See, like they get pulled together and then they get hit by the 21 trillion. This is definitely a problem when they have like this elite dude here in the middle who just refuses to... Okay, so I want you to come with me, sir. If you would come with me, then I could put like more enemies into you. Okay, I'm not sure what just killed him there so quick. But something did. Or man, literally get lasered. I have Battle Mat aspect as my second aspect on my amulet. When I go to put on an aspect on my boots, it doesn't say that Battle Mat is equipped. If I put Battle Mat on my boots, does it stack with the second amulet? No, it doesn't stack. It's either or. It's just a visual bug there. So you cannot stack, like you have that restriction, one aspect per. You cannot put one on the amulet and then the same one on the boots and hope they get double trouble. Does not work that way. Sorry. Would be great though if it did, like, right? Then you could just really harp in on what you want to do. Get like the super aspects going, but no, sadly not. Oh wow. First time we almost died in this run. I mean, been definitely better. Ah, oh, come on now. That shouldn't have killed me. I mean, Alex Knight, I just played 4 weeks of PoE 2 non-stop. So if you're asking why I enjoy variety in my life, because variety is fun. No? But more power to you if you're enjoying a whole year of Path of Exile 2 without playing anything else. I mean, that's great. Just don't expect many other people to be like that. Okay, we're almost there. And then we're going to see that boss damage, right? Now with the perma freeze. So what changed about the boss damage, in case you wonder? Well, why are we expecting more? Because we now have a permanent damage increase against bosses. And that's actually fairly interesting. So once we have these berserker, crackling souled, life-linked dudes killed, finally, there's the Tower Guardian. At least, see, like, now he gets frozen, and this is now, he takes permanently more damage for the rest of the fight, right? You freeze him again, and he takes permanently damage for the rest of the fight again. It's obviously great. And then we're obviously going to freeze him another time and do that another time. Doesn't make such a difference in DPS. I've been definitely doing more damage to him than in the prior clear. But it's not a noticeable advancement, considering that we also just got a worse Pel gain. And not only do we have a worse Pel gain, right? You technically also, like, for getting the more damage, you're in the beginning losing 120% damage multiplier per se. So it doesn't really feel like it does so much in this fight for us. How do you equip Azure Wrath on your Druid? You simply equip it. Put a totem on, put Azure Wrath on, there you go. Well, that was a chunk of damage you just dealt to him there. Okay, we can almost clear 125. It's just like literally missing a teensy weeny bit. I put us in the top 250 of rogues, so I guess I would be fine with that. I'm still not sure if I like the Pel gain so much right now. You know? I honestly don't know why you can't equip a Azure Wrath. Are you maybe trying to equip an Azure Wrath that's an intelligence Azure Wrath? And you're a druid which has willpower? Right? So that could be something that matters. However, I don't know. Okay, so far not too convinced by Pel gain for the average playstyle, right? Would just enjoy more to actually use these two items and then just be happier with the cooldown that we've actually been getting. And then just simply ignore Pel gain. And get like the intercom thingy combo running. Jiggy jiggy. This feels better.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Alright, made the aftermath there. Is there. I guess him also better to use the Respite and Dirk, because right now you would do during this whole fight, you would just be doing more 100% more damage. Now obviously you get this freeze big hit that you just see there, right, where the butcher just loses all his composure. But honestly, I think it's just better to I'm gonna cyber myself. It's just better to use the Dirk. I don't want to use the Dirk because the Dirk is boring. Right? Did they change Pel gain to only increase cool damage instead of general? Yes. Which they should, because let's be fair, like, Pel gain increasing all damage was probably the worst design choice yet. Because it led to everyone just playing it. I mean, you literally just had to freeze, and you had a free stacking damage buff. Ergo, play the Thol rune, and you're done. Like, definitely not something I enjoyed seeing. Okay, why is he now taking so much damage compared to before? Ridiculous, chat. Redonkulous. Nothing we need here. Still not a single charm we're looking for. Pain. Let's just try all this. Butcher's dropping scoundrels. I forget. They need to fix Fire Sword and all the bugs they forgot to fix from the expansion. I mean, it would be great if they fix a lot of things, but do you really have hope in that? Z-Man Jose, thank you for your subscription and support. Necrox is also thank you for the 2 years of subber dubbers. Appreciate it. Realistically, how much are you really expecting them to fix? Because honestly, I just like, there's so many things that are just broken since forever, right? That I have given up hope that they'll ever fix that or even address that. Almost like just leave it broken. I guess at this point it's so long broken. I mean, it's kind of the same with the Zig rune. So the Zig rune for the Spirit Board is now broken for a couple of seasons, I think 3 in total. And instead of just disabling that, they're leaving it in. Which makes me think, how underpowered is the Spiritborn actually if they really require this 600% damage bug to even feel good? Depths don't listen to public. I mean, Blizzard is not terrible at listening. They're terrible at executing. You know, they're like, oh, we heard you. You enjoyed season 13. You enjoyed season 11, the season of chaos, season 10, sorry, the season of chaos super much, right? Like, we totally understand. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a season similar to that, the season of mythics. But instead of now, like, doing everything that made the prior season of chaos fun, we're literally just going to make it no fun. I mean, you know, they're kind of listening. They're just really bad at putting what they heard into any kind of cohesive whole. I genuinely wonder if before PTR they should like let some content creators, some, not all of them, some, secretly play this season beforehand to actually get some feedback if their whole idea is just shit. Because let's be fair, you could have told them that this is not going to work. They listen, then do the opposite. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of like listening, but not, right? I mean, season 13 was an uneven season, ladies and gentlemen. Season 11 was an uneven season. So the uneven seasons, they rock. What can I say? And the even seasons, they sting. Make out of that what you want. But like my Azure Wrath didn't want to explode right now a single time. Interesting observation. Good thing though, definitely my tankiness went through the roof, chat. So my plan to go back to the Qui Rune, absolute S tier, because it made us so much tankier. I wonder if on my glyphs I want to go for like a lucky hit chance to incapacitate, slow, whatsoever, to just increase the amount of stagger we're doing against bosses. It's a good question, isn't it? Are glyphs viable anymore? Some creators say not even put time into them. I'm at tier 8, full storm dirt, and Lilith is crippling me. Glyphs. Are glyphs viable? What the fuck? You want glyphs at least to level 50. Preferable to level 100. But at least at 50. Zero mythics or mythic tributes. Honestly, mythic tributes are horrible this season. For some reason, they completely screwed that up. Yep, so Blizzard decided that getting mythics shouldn't be easy. Because let me check my notes. What the fuck? Right? If the mythic tributes would work, I think there would be way less complaints about everything, right? Maybe they should have made the mythic tributes unshareable. That could have been interesting. If you think about it. But just make the tributes not shareable. Not sure how well that would have worked, but hey. Lamers, how do you not die with this build? You used the max roll version and you're squishy as fuck. Well, first and foremost, use the max roll version instead of like waiting for my version. So obviously you are going to be squishy as hell, sir. Don't worry though. We can fix that. Send me your Lamers. Are you online right now? Send me your battle tag and we can look at your equipment and then I can yell at you. But, you know, like, I see where your issue is. The problem is, so no shade for Maxwell, don't get me wrong. We're not hating any platforms here. It's just often that builds you're looking for are endgame pushing builds, probably. And you're not looking for convenience builds, right? So my builds are never, like, I have versions that are made for absolute pit pushing. But the main version of my build is always meant for maximum convenience, right? I want you to be able to enjoy the game. I want you to be able to have a good time and just, you know, just zoom. And the last thing I want you to do is consistently to die, because that kind of stinks. So most of my builds, once I'm done with them, like once I figured out all the damage and I'm like really happy with where it went, I just sit down and just tweak the defense, and then I just accept that I will get a damage loss, but I will get a huge defensive increase. That's just more fun. What other build are you going to cook up for us? Well, first and foremost, we're going to wait for the Tuesday update before we keep playing Diablo, because there's no reason to grind until the Tuesday update has hit. Because with the Tuesday update hitting, you can actually get superior layer keys left, right, and center. I mean, I could just play for an hour and I could have 100 superior layer keys. 100 is maybe exaggerating, but you get my drift. You can really get a high amount of superior layer keys, and that is what I am personally definitely super interested in. Because then you can just farm Belial over and over and over again. Right? The main reason you're probably dying is you're not having the Qui Rune. Could be a reason. second reason you're dying is you don't have enough armor. But that's hard to sometimes like quantify. But yeah, it's mostly you're lacking barium. Rune is king. There's also a chunk of barrier you might be missing from, I think it was from your skills, right? Wasn't there, was it Conceal had Overpower, Dark Shroud had, oh shit, I've been less tanky the whole time. Oh man, I made a mistake, chat. So I've been actually using my Dark Shroud for bonus energy regeneration, right? Because why not? But actually, you should go for the bonus dodge chance. Oops. Well, that was a tiny mistake was made. Oopsie doopsie. That was a reasonable mistake. Yeah. So, Mr. Pizza, let's see what we got there. Take a peek at the man's profile. See what's causing the upset. Did I get there? That's it, yeah. Currently trying to level Dance of Nice Rogue. Following a guide, but my damage is low and I'm dying to everything. Is it normal for this build to be this week early, or I'm missing something? You're probably missing something, or you're doing a too high difficulty. I'm not entirely sure what difficulty you're in, but you probably are playing at a too high one, and that's why it feels like you're just consistently dying. But you should just be like, you know, lowering the difficulty, like maybe play one difficulty lower and feel better. Also, I did not level with Dance of Knives. I personally leveled with Barrage. Okay, Mr. Pizza, are you in that friend list already? There it is. View profile. So let's see. Your helmet got Dex, max life, cooldown, and max life. Technically, that Dex could be armor. Okay. Also, your aspect is only 23 out of 30. If you're playing Challenging Shout, I would play the Quay rune if you're not playing it already. Nope. Challenging Shout out, Quay rune in, brother. That's the #1 mistake already, in my humble opinion, because it's just going to be better. Garrune can stay in, obviously. There's nothing wrong with that, but I would definitely play the Quay rune. I think that's crazy to not play it. That barrier generation is completely useless. I mean, I say completely useless, but in this case, having resistance to all elements would be king. And you want the maximum life to be greater affixed. So that's also, like, alone the barrier generation being resistance to all elements would change a lot. Dexterity in the gloves are unnecessary. Critical strike chance would be better. You get max life, armor, max life. Yeah, that one is great. I mean, obviously no greater affix, so always get a greater affix to life. Get a greater affix to life temper if possible. On your boots, you get a resource, life on kill. Well, life on kill is obviously horrible. Maximum evade charge is horrible. So this one is a complete dud. You need max life there. You need armor, or you need all resistance. One of the three has to be there. Yeah, Yeah, tiny changes, but could already be useful. You get debilitating toxin, you get the two-handed, and you have the basic skill. So this is good, like, right, with triple damage reduction. But it's like the tiny minuscule things. I mean, you have the ground gems, so that's also good. Very, very good. Shout out for that. Like, using the ground gems. This is definitely something I am not doing right now and I should do right now. I should get rid of a ground diamond for using a ground ruby instead. And a ground topaz. So definitely, because that like instantly gets your fire and your lightning resistance up. Like, as you can see, it's insane. Like, we're going from 70 to 80, right? So this is what I would say. What I like, you need to change. I mean, look at my boots. My boots are Dex max life duration, so at least I have max life here. The life regen is obviously shit. We get resistance armor, max life Dex, right? Resistance to all elements, very good still. We get here max resistance armor, so no dexterity. I mean, it's less damage, but it makes you tankier. And the same here. That dexterity, I would prefer if it was armor, for example. That's how I'm looking at it. But even though my armor is actually good, I was also thinking about like dropping the basic skill or the debilitating for more armor. Just go for full armor juicing, but not entirely sure how useful that will be. Okay, where's my Rustbitten Dirk? No, we never bothered to get the Rustbitten Dirk here up to the 3.5, 3.1. Changing the rune is already going to do wonders for you. The problem is challenging shout like reduces the damage that enemies deal to you, but it doesn't change the amount of effective HP you have. So if you have barrier on top of your life, that essentially doubles your effective HP. Kinda, but not kinda, but kinda, right? So like really having this, having the barrier going on is top notch useful. %, feels so horrible when you could just have like 111. Okay, so we wanted to do Barb question, two-hand mace, which is going to be my main weapon. Do I want greater affix on weapon damage, masterwork affix, weapon damage? You definitely want greater affix to weapon damage. If you want to masterwork that, I'm not entirely sure. Sometimes masterworking the crit damage multiplier is better than the weapon damage. Fortify is good too. Yeah, but Fortify you usually have passively build up some. I'm not actually sure if we have Fortify currently. I don't think we actually do have any source of Fortify. Oh, intriguing. I thought we had. Right now, we actually did kill him better with the freezing version. Oh, he just fell over, chat. Actually, like 0 movement speed when I'm just normally walking around. Oh, and he's dead. Go! Phase 2 done. I think you could use more arrows, sir. I am fully in agreement with you. So I always wondered if you're oh goodness, if you're fighting him, like, does he take more damage because of his size? His prodigious size. Because the best way to get gems, there is a dungeon next to Temis called Seer's Reach that will grant you the Royal and Grand gems. And you can pretty much spam farm that. Probably the best way to get gems. Damage difference against staggered is sometimes so silly. I think I'm going to change my... So what we're going to change is, we're going to change the knock in here, Zan over there, and then we're going to use a Pock for this. So it's Pock Thol and Zan Quaim. Why do that? Because like this, I only need 2 ultimates to trigger 1 Pock. It allows me to over-trigger the Pock like crazy. Oops. We're still like dying to those one-shots. I feel like we shouldn't. Where's the gem spot? The gem spot is here. This is Temis, and there's Seer's Reach. Seer's Reach, you literally just have to kill the boss. I mean, you run through the dungeon, kill the boss, and that's it. Guaranteed. Amazing. Gems. One thing I notice is when I have Pock as the trigger for Thol, that the Frost Nova emanates around me. Whereas when you have the Zen as the trigger, then the... Oh, I didn't even see that. Like... See, there's this point when you do this. The Frost Nova's around me. But if you do the... If you do the Zen, then it's around the cast. And that's better, right? Because you're actually better to force cast it. What if I use a skill with a cooldown? It's also around me. I mean, the question rather is it bad that it's around me? Right? And the only problem with it, if it's around you, you're pretty much like forced to just stand inside the opponent to like get the most out of your... Alright, so I get like my triggers more. Some of those solo kills are one shot. No, that's not true. There's actually a lot you can tank from Mephisto, especially when your character is obnoxiously tanky. For example, my druid is obnoxiously tanky. Oh, come on now. And the amount of shit it could actually take is crazy, right? I think for the Mephisto fight, you should have like 2 weapons with max life. Probably. When you think about it. Oh, goodness, chat, I've been doing a mistake the whole time. And you know what the mistake was? I forgot to tap my... I forget to tap my Heartseeker. Why is tapping the Heartseeker required? Well, if you hold down the Heartseeker button, it actually doesn't trigger your Vengeance. So we've been not doing maximum damage right now. Oops. Oops, chat. We've not been doing maximum damage the whole time. My apologies. Because we're not building up our set bonus, so we're literally missing out on all the DPS that you get when you do that. Mistakes were made. Because you need to like see like the damage is so much higher. It's like you need to tap it. Because if you hold it down, he doesn't cast it because it has like a cooldown, right? Whereas I can actually hold down my Rain of Arrows because it doesn't have a cooldown. So now, do you notice now the damage difference? Yeah. So it's like you need your Heartseeker, right, for the stacks for bonus damage. But if you tap it, if you hold it, right, he shoots it once, and then he shoots it again. But if I then start shooting this, he stops shooting the Heartseeker, and then it all breaks. I tend to do that mistake way too many times. Okay, we just killed Mephisto for killing Mephisto. We didn't actually kill him because I needed to kill him. It was just like personal want. I'm just like now here in the pit, like when you want to have it out, right? You tap it. At first, you obviously need to dash a few times to get your ferocity up. Right, number one thing to never forget, get your ferocity up, chat. So this is, by the way, now without the freeze. So we've done this pit 120 now multiple times with the freeze. But I wanted to say, how does it play without the freeze explosions? Because the freeze explosions are amazing, right? They just go off. And the thing is that the Respite and Dirk is obviously useless in these scenarios here because we're actually pulling everything too much together. So this is where definitely the Azure Wrath just brilliates. I mean, it's not like we're struggling to kill these guys, right? But we're missing those trillion damage super flooper explosions in between. Just sad. We like our trillions of damage super explosions. I guess we just simply have to play the Respite and Dirk and the Azure Wrath together. Problem solved. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's just play both. To get the best of both worlds, right? Because you're going to freeze the enemy. And then you're just going to obliterate them when they're frozen as well. Hey, build you're working on. I mean, it's Rain of Arrows. And this build is pretty much done from like the functional standpoint. But we could obviously now try to reach the 300 energy. The problem is for the 300 energy version, I require a specific chest piece that I don't have. And I require a specific charm that I don't have as well. So there are two things that I absolutely must hit now to be able to do that. So now the dude is alone, for example, because he's isolated. So you're going to do Respite and Dirt bonus damage. Does Rogue really sound like this, or is Bass boosted? Diablo sounds are terrible, my friend. Bass is not boosted, no. Oh, great. Game is lagging. Fantastic. I don't need my game to function anyways, like, right? Imagine playing hardcore, chat. We just break the game. Too many Rain of Arrows, chat. Something went awkward there. Let's see now with the isolated damage while isolated. So now he's isolated, chat. Okay, he's alone. No one is around him. Okay, that dude is now around him, so he's not isolated anymore. Now he's isolated again. Now, the first time we used Azure Wrath, it was definitely faster than this, despite the isolated working. Break the gems down into fragments. Which gems? I win, you lose. The Seer's Reach. I mean, if you're not getting the ones that you're looking for, sure, you can break them down. But you would obviously hope to get ones that you're looking for. Filmer, this is a Rain of Arrows build, no? Do you plan on making more builds for PvE2? Yes, but not today. And also not tomorrow. Maybe next week. But right now we're playing some Diablo. And we're also planning to play some... What's the beautiful game called again? We're planning to play some... Hellworld. Horrible. I need obolts. Get obolts, chat. Yeah, some Hellworld. Definitely. We make a Paladin build. I mean, Paladin is not in a good state right now. You can play Zeal, which I really like playing, but even if you play a good Zeal build, you're barely going to be able to do anything. Paladin is just not strong right now. Don't get me wrong, Paladin really fun. But it feels like you gotta try so much harder than every other class to achieve the basics. It's kind of sad. Playing with like lead weights around your arms and legs. That does not feel good. I'm always Void King, don't worry. Where's the Football World Championship? No. I have this much interest in football, and that interest does not get higher only because it's a World Cup. Oh, Channeling Shrines, Vile Splendor, and Equipment Delve. Wow. At least it's a Sapphire Reserve. That's good, because we need all these Sapphires for cold damage. So I can get Royals now. Grim Dawn expansion on the 23rd of July. I didn't even know it was coming out. I mean, I'm also on vacation at the end of the July, but still. How sad. I'll miss the Grim Dawn expansion. Like, this is also really, really good for farming gem fragments, or getting gems, because I'm getting currently almost 200,000 per open. So one dungeon like this grants you one ground gem usually. Where's Last Epoch standing right now? Does anyone know that? When is like the next Last Epoch expansion planned? Update? I haven't heard anything from them in a while. No, they're usually trying to schedule around the other games, so kind of right now would be a good release window. Did you play this build without the new expansion? Technically, no. You couldn't. Because the Rain of Arrows variant that we're playing is the third variant here. So Rain of Arrows is this one that makes Rain of Arrows smaller, right? And makes enemies vulnerable and everything. And without this one, you wouldn't be damaging the enemy in the center so well. Problem is, without the expansion, you're not getting these third versions, right? So you simply do not have access to them, and that is terrible. I mean, you're missing half the game. You know? Do you not get, like, I never knew if you don't get sets. Like, do you not get sets when you don't have the expansion? Because if you're not getting the talisman, like, I wouldn't even start the game anymore. Talisman is partially a 500% damage multiplier. 500% damage multiplier. So obviously you really, really, really don't want to play without it. I hope Last Epoch works on improvising the graphics. I'm with you there. I mean, it's not that the graphics are horrible, but it definitely keeps me away from playing. I mean, my favorite ARPG graphic-wise currently, not performance-wise, just from a graphical style, is definitely Path of Exile 2. I do like the grimdark atmosphere we have there. I like the, you know, the way how the world vibes. So that's... Then my second favorite is actually Titan Quest. That's because of the Greek atmosphere, but it's kind of like Greek atmosphere, but also this grimdark style. So very good. Obviously, the performance of Path of Exile 2, though, is horrible in comparison to the graphic style. Charms is expansion only. Well, that's a shame. I missed one caged prisoner, and I have to backtrack now to find one caged prisoner. That does not feel very well, Mr. Stark. But where did I miss the caged prisoner? Like, seriously. These have all been Horadric artifacts? Wow. Hey, chat, how about we return back to the start of the dungeon because we can? Not because we want to, like, because we can, because we're like, we choose to. Yeah, man, can you imagine playing current iteration of Diablo without the talisman? And when I think about all my builds and what the talisman does for every single build and how the talisman increases my game fun and my build choices, the way how I build things, right? And like around talismans respectively. Nope. Could honestly not imagine playing this without, right? Open that door, Mr. Gorbachev. I wonder, in these triple boss fights, right? Can every boss respawn? Shit. Honestly, if this was a gold dungeon, Chad, if this was a gold dungeon with a triple boss fight, that would be insane. I mean, just think about it. How crazy that would be. Hello, Mr. Astaroth. Goodbye, Mr. Astaroth.
Let's savor it while it lasts.
Good. I like that.
Did you think it was over? Oh, wonder. We've only just begun.
And he did. It's crazy how much more damage you're getting against crowd control targets, which is definitely one of the main things that annoys me about Rogue, right? Why does it have to be like damage like against crowd controlled? Why can I not just always have damage? What's so hard about that? I mean, especially because it's like so much damage against crowd control targets. Imagine going back pre-temper masterwork. I mean, pre-temper masterwork were simpler times. You would just upgrade weapons and then be done. I know a lot of people who actually prefer that system. I mean, these people are obviously crazy and should be locked up for their own good.
Back to it then.
Like, you know, no offense. See, this is what I'm talking about. If you get like the Narrow Eye Sat and it would give you ultimate skills or something, it'd be amazing. I've never gotten it. Which build would you say is beginner friendly? I'm still trying to understand the input chain from your builds in D4. Beginner friendly minions, necro minions. You simply have to know that all your summons are getting all your bonuses, and then minions are simple, right? If you have attack speed, they have attack speed. If you have crit chance, they have crit chance. Simple as cake, right? Not really that much to figure out about it. Okay, let's take stock about what we got here, chat. So, helmet good. I love my gloves. My gloves are amazing. My pants are amazing too. I could technically transfigure the pants just to have them transfigured, right? We got critical strike chance. That's pretty nifty. Also, we have this weapon here. This has like Dax, max life, crit damage, all damage multiplier. It has the frost imprinted on it, so I don't want to reroll that one. This one has ferocious. We don't gonna change anything about you. No. So like this one, definitely. That's like a matter of discussion here right now. So we got the weapon damage that I tempered on, right? We actually have this all damage multiplier that I would love to reroll into maximum life. Because right now, my weapon is missing 5,000 maximum life. That 5,000 maximum life would bring us over 40,000 HP. And I do truly believe that that over 40,000 HP would make a big difference in what we're doing in general, right? I got 415 dexterity bonus. That's super nifty. The thing is, I had dexterity bonus before already, so we just got a dexterity bonus instead of the dexterity bonus. Yeah, great. So it took our dexterity, and it gave us dexterity. Because reasons, Chad. Reasons. Sometimes you just gotta take dexterity and get dexterity. Because, like, dexterity. You know how it is. Is there a build video for this? Not yet. We have a planner up, but the planner is essentially just the level version. So this is here what we got for you already with the loot filter, the 1 to 70 version. 1 to 70 version is very simple. You just spam barrage. You don't have this for a simple reason, because I need to do a version. There's going to be 2 more versions of this build, okay? One version is going to be the early torment, right? And then one is going to be like the like tier 10 to tier 12, essentially, kind of like version, okay? Or late torment here. Why that? Because there's a transition from early to late torment. Because you can play Rain of Arrows with a shitty build, and then you can play Rain of Arrows with a good build. And that's kind of like what we're planning to actually get you there, right? First, how do I do this hillbilly budget variant, and then how do I do this actually the real way? That's a little bit my plan, what we want to do. And that's kind of like what I'm going to sit down today to write all down, that you then tomorrow have the fully broken down video for this, okay? And that's also where we're going to end the stream today, because my foot starts hurting. I fell yesterday and sprained my ankle, so I'm still a bit under the weather. But I can at least stream, so yay. One up for being able to, you know, sit while working. But I'll end it here today. I'll create the build guide and everything for you tomorrow. So we got this all cooking and running, and I hope you're excited, looking forward to this. Thank you very much for being here with me today and hopefully enjoying. I am very much looking forward to have you here tomorrow again. We will probably play Pell World unless I really find a Diablo build I want to do. But it might be Pell World. It could also be Barbarian with Charge, but it's probably going to be Pell World. At least for 2-3 days to see how much I enjoy it. And then we'll just wait for the Tuesday patch, okay? So thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hopefully enjoying. I'll see you all tomorrow. Don't forget to watch the video from today on the new Mythic Farm method from Tuesday onwards, because things are about to change, okay? And then we'll see each other soon again. Thank you very much for coming. Take care, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Lucas, you're an idiot. Goodbye.